My name is Alex Emurio. I'm a Mexican software engineer. I'm from Monterrey, Mexico, north of Mexico to be specific. Um, I have, give me a second. I have approximately 3 years of experience building applications in Swift. I also have some experience with Objective-C and other programming languages, like with other technologies and other kinds of products. I have several like personal projects and like tinkering projects in my GitHub account. If you like, you can check it out on my profile in Live Edu. And so in this project, like the idea is we're gonna be building a basic, simple iOS web browser using Swift. We're gonna include features for rendering websites, having bookmarks, and also having tabs. It is a fun project, and I hope you like it a lot. And like the best way to learn something is by practicing it and like doing like building kind of real life applications, and like not just like academic oriented ones. And like practice makes perfect, so that's like kind of the goal. And we're gonna do. I'm gonna like drive you through the process or the scheme of this tutorial. So give me a second, and I'll get you to it. Yeah. So basically, this is it. Basically, we're gonna start with the session number 1. Obviously, we're gonna be setting up the environment, setting up Xcode if you don't have it, downloading and installing CocoaPods because it's super important for installing Realm. CocoaPods is a package manager, so like for Mac OS. So we're gonna be using it to install Realm, which is basically like a mobile database, like a local database, and it's super cool because like I don't know if you know, but like the standard or default solutions for databases in iOS and Android are not so good. So Realm solves it. And session 2 is going to be app design. We're going to be building like in the storyboard and maybe some code generated layouts in Swift. And that's basically it. The session 3 part, it's going to be we're going to be like putting in the browsing capability. So we're going to be using the WebView from iOS, and like for us to be able to render like specific websites. It's pretty basic, but it has like some specific logic, so that's important. Session 4, it's going to be like all about using Realm to define models for us to be able to handle tabs and bookmarks. So we'll be learning that, like specific Realm implementations. That's cool because Realm is a very good tool for app development. So I hope you like it. And session 5, last but not least, is a continuation of session 4, and we'll be creating some functionality for tab creation, bookmark creation, tab usage, and bookmark usage. So all you need to do this tutorial is Xcode, Realm, CocoaPods, obviously, and not necessarily a Mac, but it's better if you have one. So I hope you all like it. I hope it's useful for you, and see you on the next video. Bye bye. Well, I guess we're streaming now. Um, Hello, guys, and welcome to the first session of how to create an iOS, simple iOS web browser in Swift. I hope it's of your liking. It's my first time doing like a formal tutorial, so please be easy on me. What we're gonna cover in this first tutorial is basically we're gonna look for Xcode, explain a little bit about Xcode. We're gonna look also for CocoaPods, and also like explain it, and also Realm. So we're gonna see like in general 3 tools that we're gonna be using to build our simple web browser. So let's start with Xcode. Give me a sec here. Okay, yeah. So Xcode is like the default or the go-to IDE, like the development environment to develop for like apps for iOS, macOS, watchOS. You know, it's a pretty handy tool. It's a pretty like good development environment. Pretty fancy, pretty visual also. So we're gonna use that to build our app. I currently have the version 8.3.3, but you can also use the 9 if you have it, so don't worry. So yeah, that's our first tool. When we create a project, I'm gonna go into more detail, like how to use it, like, you know, the general layout, that kind of stuff. So download it if you haven't, please. Okay. Second of all is our we need to use this. We need to use CocoaPods. CocoaPods is like you can see here, it's a dependency manager for Swift and Objective-C Cocoa projects. So basically, with it, you can install onto your iOS and macOS projects. You can install frameworks that are like super useful if you want to, like, you know, if you ever want to use like a third-party service or something, you can use CocoaPods to install it. In this case, we're gonna use Realm mobile database to enable like tabs and bookmarks, because like the default database solution of iOS, it's not that good. I don't know if you know like core data, but it's not that good. So Realm is like a better option, and it's like super cool. So I hope you and it's a plus also, like, for you to learn this mobile database technology. Is like a super good technology. And well, last but not least, here comes Realm. So as I said before, Realm is as a mobile database. It's supposed to like to take out this like core data, for example, in iOS, or like the default Android. I think it's SQL, the database. You know, this Realm mobile database works with has an ORM, and so it basically lets you create models as classes, you know, and you can instantiate models and then like permeate these models or these these objects, these instances into the database. So it's like a lot easier to develop a database that it's like object oriented, and also like it's super fast, you know, benchmark wise, it's like super, like the best, I think, but it's magic, you know. So install it if you haven't, please. Install Xcode also, version 8.3.3 or above, you know, if you like. And we're gonna install Realm through this CocoaPods dependency manager. So let's get to it. Gonna open Xcode for you, so we can start we can start building our app. Give me a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There will be some times when, you know, I'm installing Realm through Cocoa Pods or installing some other things. So it can take a while. So sorry for that delay, but it happens sometimes. An example. Okay, so here we have the main Xcode page, and we're gonna go and select File and New and Project. Yep, we're gonna go for the single view app. Pretty straightforward. And we're gonna name it, I don't know, simple iOS browser. I'm gonna take this out, specify Swift, and nothing of this. This core data is the one that I was talking about. This is the default solution for iOS for having a local database, and we're gonna use Realm instead. So don't need to check it out. And these other two, it's not part of this tutorial, so also skip it. I'm gonna build mine in this specific repo that I made with Git. So I'm gonna go and create. Okay. While it loads, like indexes all, I'm gonna take out this landscape left, landscape right. Our app's just gonna work for portrait mode to like avoid the layout issues and stuff. I'm gonna go for this, like solve this later. So basically, like this is the general. Let me show you better because it doesn't fit the screen correctly. Yeah, so this is a general Xcode page. In here you have like the directory tree where you can see your project. It's like the bundle, you know, with the options. You can have you have your like default boilerplate code with the app delegate. That's like the base of your app, with some like super useful methods, functions, a default view controller class, the main storyboard, where it all happens. This is the part, it's loading, but this is the part where you actually design the layout of your app. You know, right now we only have one view controller, but you can have like obviously more. In this section, you can, it's in this section you have like all the options that you can use to actually put, like other view controllers, interconnect them, and different stuff that you can use, labels, buttons, text, sliders, switches. Obviously this is only like the front end, so to speak. You also have to like link them to code, and then like put some logic for them to function like in certain ways, you know. The asset file, like directory, where you can specify all your like images, your icons, everything. For example, here you have your app icon if you want to add an app icon, and the different sizes for them. So it's very important. The info property list that contains like all the properties, like the attributes of your app. It's also important. Right now we're not gonna discuss it or like modify it, but it's really important. And the launch screen, where you can also like set up like a neat launch screen for your app. So if you want to do it, go ahead. So what's next? Right now, if you already have installed Cocoa Pods in your computer, we're now gonna go ahead and actually install Realm in our projects. So I'm already here. Yep. So go to your to the app directory, you know, like to your app place with terminal. So you can use pods like Cocoa Pods. Go and where you find like the .xcode project file. There we're gonna go and actually create our pod file for our dependencies. So first of all, pod init. It's taking its sweet time, but let it work. Okay, so as we can see, we now have a pod file. You know, there we're gonna use that file to actually specify all our dependencies. Now we go and actually fill the pod file. So I'm gonna go and open it with Beam, but you can use any text editor that you like. Wait a second. I'm currently using Xcode 11, actually. Wow. Okay. I didn't know it was already out, but I guess. So I'm gonna specify this. Oh wait, this option here. And we're gonna leave this uncommented, this use frameworks tag, and also here we have to specify our Realm Swift pod. So I'm just gonna corroborate with the actual documentation of Realm. So installation, we go here, Cocoa Pods, you know, put pod Realm, yeah, okay, so we're all set. Pod Realm Swift, and then pod install. Pretty easy, actually. That's Realm has a very good documentation on how to use it. So if you have any questions, you can go there. So we already have pod space single quote Realm Swift, and that's all that we need. So I'm gonna save it, and the last thing to do is like the pod install. So pod install. Now this is gonna take a while. It usually does. So bear with me. I know it's okay. It's actually going pretty fast. Wow, it went pretty fast. Damn, okay. Okay, yeah. So it's all done. Like it tells you what dependencies were installed, you know. In this case, only two, Realm and Realm Swift. And and this is super important. When you use Cocoa Pods, you know, it creates a new file, a new X workspace file. So You now have to close the other Xcode project file and open this one, because if you don't, it's not gonna work. Like you're not gonna have like the frameworks you want to use, you know. So now we have to go and literally like do that, you know. Close this file, and then you can go to Finder and go. Here you have like the new file. This blue looking file, this is the new file. So you just open it. And there it goes. I have to fix these screen issues. It's super annoying. But well. It's indexing, so give me a sec here. Almost. Takes a while. Come on. You can do it, bro. Bruh. Okay, it's done. What's up with this though? Okay. Okay. Let's go with it, I guess. That's strange. Let's go for it. Okay, yep. So it's done. It's done. We're over. So now, as you can see here, we have the pods kind of soup file or project, you know, like the bundle kind of. It's marked with a question mark because I have it like under version control. This is also like like modified. But here we have everything. We have the Realm framework with iOS, you know, the foundation framework. Here we have the Realm, like literally everything, you know, and Realm Swift. So now we can start working with this tool to build our like tabs and our bookmarks. That's obviously gonna happen in the, I think, like the 4th tutorial, yeah, but it's gonna be like super useful. So that's it for now. I'm gonna cover this next session. That's it for now, guys. Give me a sec. Yeah. I hope you liked it. I know it's like just like super basic, like Xcode, you know, Realm and Cocopods. Most of you probably already have heard of it or used it, and you're gonna be like, "Hey, Alex, what up?" Like, I was expecting a little bit more, but I can only like actually stream like very few time in the weekend, you know, and I'm gonna try to stream like. My schedule says I'm streaming like Saturday and Sunday at the same hour, and I'm gonna try like really hard to do it because I have like a lot of things to do. If one day I cannot like manage to do it, I'm gonna let you know, guys. You know, I'm gonna find a way to let you know, like all of you beforehand, but. Next session is like the first kind of hands-on real work session. We're gonna go and design our like apps front end with the storyboard in Xcode with this guy. Give me a second. No. We're gonna use this guy to actually design our app. So that's next session, you know. Actually, that's tomorrow. So I hope you will be tuned tomorrow. I hope you liked the tutorial so far. If my English is not like as perfect, I'm sorry. Although I have a pretty good level. You know, I'm Mexican, so I have like a strange accent maybe, and so sorry for the inconveniences. But have a great one, guys, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye. God, it's magic, you know. So install it if you haven't, please. Um, Install Xcode also version 8.3.3 or above, you know, if you like. And we're gonna install Realm through this Cocoa Pods dependency manager. So let's get to it. Gonna open Xcode for you, so we can start building our app. Give me a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There will be some times when, you know, I'm installing Realm through Cocoa Pods or installing some other things. So it can take a while. So sorry for that delay, but it happens sometimes. An example. Okay, so here we have the main Xcode page, and we're gonna go and select File and New and Project. Yep, we're gonna go for the single view app. Pretty straightforward. And we're gonna name it, I don't know, simple iOS browser. I'm gonna take this out, specify Swift, and nothing of this. This core data is the one that I was talking about. This is the default solution for iOS for having a local database, and we're gonna use Realm instead. So don't need to check it out. And these other two, it's not part of this tutorial, so also skip it. I'm gonna build mine in this specific repo that I made with Git. So I'm gonna go and create. Okay. While it loads, like indexes all, I'm gonna take out this landscape left, landscape right. Our app's just gonna work for portrait mode to like avoid the layout issues and stuff. I'm gonna go for this, like solve this later. So basically, like this is the general. Let me show you better because it doesn't fit the screen correctly. Yeah, so this is a general Xcode page. In here you have like the directory tree where you can see your project. It's like the bundle, you know, with the options. you can have, well, you have your like default boilerplate code with the app delegate. That's like the base of your app with some like super useful methods, functions, a default view controller class, the main storyboard where it all happens. This is the part, it's loading, but this is the part where you actually design the layout of your app. You know, right now we only have one view controller, but it, you know, you can have like obviously more. In this section, you can, you know, oh well, it's in this section you have like all the options that you can use to actually put, you know, like other view controllers, you know, interconnect them, and different stuff that you can use. Labels, buttons, text, sliders, switches. Obviously, this is only like the front end, so to speak. You know, you also have to like link them to code, and then like put some logic for them to function like in certain ways. You know, the asset file, like directory, where you can specify all your like images, your icons, everything. For example, here you have your app icon if you want to add an app icon, and the different sizes for them. So it's very important. The info property list that contains like all the properties, like the attributes of your app. It's also important. Right now we're not gonna discuss it or like modify it, but it's really important. And the launch screen, where you can also like set up like a neat launch screen for your app. So if you want to do it, go ahead. So what's next? Right now, if you already have installed Cocoa Pods in your computer, we're now gonna go ahead and actually install Realm in our projects. So I'm already here. Yep. So go to your to the app directory, you know, like to your app place with terminal. So you can use pods like Cocoa Pods. Go and where you find like the .xcode project file. There we're gonna go and actually create our pod file for our dependencies. So first of all, pod init. It's taking its sweet time, but let it work. Okay, so as we can see, we now have a pod file. You know, there we're gonna use that file to actually specify all our dependencies. Now we go and actually fill the pod file. So I'm gonna go and open it with Vim, but you can use any text editor that you like. Wait a second. I'm currently using Xcode 11, actually. Wow. Okay. I didn't know it was already out, but I guess. So, I'm gonna specify this. Oh wait, this option here. And we're gonna leave this uncommented, this use frameworks tag, and also here we have to specify our Realm Swift pod. So I'm just gonna corroborate with the actual documentation of Realm. So installation, we go here, Cocoa Pods, you know, put pod Realm, yeah, okay, so we're all set. Pod Realm Swift, and then pod install. Pretty easy, actually. Realm has a very good documentation of how to use it, so If you have any questions, you can go there. So we already have pod space single quote realm Swift, and that's all that we need. So I'm gonna save it, and the last thing to do is like the pod install. So pod install. Now this is gonna take a while. It usually does. So bear with me. I know it's okay. It's actually going pretty fast. Wow, it went pretty fast. Damn. Okay. Okay, yeah. So it's all done. Like it tells you what dependencies were installed. You know, in this case only two: Realm and Realm Swift. And and this is super important. When you use Cocoa Pods, you know, it creates a new file, a new X workspace file. So you now have to close the other Xcode project file and open this one, because if you don't, it's not gonna work. Like you're not gonna have like the frameworks you want to use, you know. So now we have to go and literally like do that, you know, close this file. And then you can go to Finder and go. Here you have like the new file. This blue looking file, this is the new file. So you just open it. And there it goes. I have to fix these screen issues. It's super annoying. But well, it's indexing, so give me a sec here. Almost. Takes a while. Come on. You can do it, bro. Bruh. Okay, it's done. What's up with this though? Okay. Okay. Let's go with it, I guess. That's strange. Let's go for it. Okay, yep. So it's done. It's done. We're over. So now, as you can see here, we have the pods kind of soup file or project, you know, like the bundle kind of. It's marked with a question mark because I have it like under version control. This is also like M, like modified. But here we have everything. We have the Realm framework with iOS, you know, the foundation framework. Here we have the Realm, like literally everything, you know, and Realm Swift. So now we can start working with this tool to build our like tabs and our bookmarks. That's obviously gonna happen in the, I think, like the 4th tutorial, yeah, but it's gonna be like super useful. So that's it for now. I'm gonna cover this next session. That's it for now, guys. Give me a sec. Yeah. I hope you liked it. I know it's like just like super basic, like Xcode, you know, Realm and Cocoa Pods. Most of you probably already have heard of it or used it, and you're gonna be like, "Hey, Alex, what up?" Like I was expecting a little bit more. but I can only like actually stream like very few time in the weekend, you know, and I'm gonna try to stream like my schedule says I'm streaming like Saturday and Sunday at the same hour, and I'm gonna try like really hard to do it because I have like a lot of things to do. If one day I cannot like manage to do it, I'm gonna let you know, guys. You know, I'm gonna find a way to let you know, like all of you beforehand. But next session is like the first kind of hands-on real work session. We're gonna go and design our like apps front end with the storyboard in Xcode with this guy. Give me a second. No. We're gonna use this guy to actually design our app. So that's next session, you know. Actually, that's tomorrow. So I hope you will be tuned tomorrow. I hope you liked the tutorial so far. If my English is not like as perfect, I'm sorry. Although I have a pretty good level. You know, I'm Mexican, so I have like a strange accent maybe, and so sorry for the inconveniences. But have a great one, guys, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye. These views are all an iPhone 8. They have like the iPhone 8's size or resolution, and that's all right. We're not gonna use any constraints whatsoever, so we don't have to like we can use like a default or like a custom size. In this case, it's gonna be iPhone 8, so we have to change also our emulator to iPhone 8, and then we can proceed to actually run our app. Here we go. It's gonna, okay, we have two, that's strange. It's gonna take a while to boot up, but bear with me. So guys, don't worry, this won't happen every time that we try to run our app. Once the simulator starts and it's already set up, it should take like, well, it will take a lot less time to use it. So sorry for this uncomfortable delay. Sometimes happens. I don't know what's taking so long, but that's strange. So let's do this. It's better. Okay. Let's continue with our design later. Like at the end, I'm gonna like run again the simulator, and we can check out like the final results. So now, and you're asking yourself like, okay, so where exactly is like the website gonna appear? And that's a good question. I'm gonna use a standard view. Where are you? Yeah, this one. So I'm gonna use this one, and this is gonna be like a canvas, you know, like the placeholder kind of our our web browser. In this view, we're gonna put inside a web view, actually, this one, WebKit view, but it's gonna be like programmatically generated. We're not gonna put like a literal like out of this kind of menu. We're not gonna use it. We're gonna create our WebKit views using code, because we're gonna have like several views, like WebKit views, because of the tabs. So we have to manage all of them. And since we don't want, for example, each time we change tab, we don't desire to reload the same web. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Had some internet connection problems. I don't know why. My laptop just went haywire, you know. But it's already resolved. So I'll go back to finishing this tutorial. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience, but let's go back to work. So okay, toolbar. Okay, so the last thing that we did before it went black, it was we connected. We actually connected with this Seges. We connected this table view controller with the browser view, and the stable view controller with the browser view. This is for the bookmarks, and this is for the tabs. And we named these Sege as tabs, and this one as bookmarks. I know right now you're probably thinking like, hey, what's the use for like naming them, you know? They're just like connections and it'll work either way. And the answer is yes, but it's good practice to do it, because sometimes you actually need to know which Sege is it's getting executed or performed. And sometimes you want to perform like a Sege with code. So if you have your Seges identified, you can like easily do that. So it's a good practice to always do that. And another quick thing, as you can see, we have a warning, and it says prototype table cells must have reuse identifiers. So so yes, it must have, and we need to actually, if we click this prototype cell in this table view, you'll see this identifier, and we must put like tab, so we can later instantiate these cells to fill or populate this table view controller. And let's do the same for this one, and we'll name it bookmark. So that's that. And as you saw, the warning is gone. So that was it. Now I'm gonna clean our iOS app. That's that. So I'm gonna run like the app, so you can see how it works and how it sees the emulator problem, like simulator problem, sorry. It's already over, like resolved, so don't worry. That's that. Here we have the simulator with all our apps and everything, you know. that a normal iPhone has. And what will happen is that our Xcode will build our app, and then it will like install it in the simulator and run it. So we will see an output soon enough. Just let it compile. It's almost there, as you can see. It's compiling file by file, like the source files. It's getting there, so bear with me. Okay, almost done. Almost. It's taking its sweet time, but yeah, so it's done, and yep, we're almost about to see the result. So here we have our like layout for our browser. In this place, it's the canvas, the view that we placed before the stream went dark. And here we have the search bar with the bookmarking button. As you can see, it lights up when we click it. We have the forward and the backward button in the toolbar, and the reload also. Very important buttons for our web browsing capabilities. If we click bookmarks, it'll show us this strange, ugly looking table view, because it doesn't have any information right now, but this is the place where the bookmarks will appear, and it works the same way for the tabs. If we click it, we see the result. In the future, actually, well, we will click one, for example, one tab, and it'll pop this controller and display our site in here for all tabs. And we have, last but not least, the search bar, where you can actually, you know, fill out some like URL. We have to get rid of this, I think, because it's messing with the bookmark button. But that's basically it. So this is how it looks. We're almost done with the design. Sorry. We just have to do two more things. It's basically, we will use a default style for these prototype cells. In this case, it's gonna be a subtitle style, where the title is gonna be the title of the website that we have tabbed, and the subtitle is gonna be the domain name or the URL of the same website, and it will have the same property, the same style. The bookmark, it's gonna be also like title and domain name. And as you can see, we have like each cell has like a lot of attributes. You know, you can choose the selection. I'm gonna choose gray. Accessories, editing accessories, focus style, you know, and many other attributes. In this case, we're just gonna focus on this, like the style and the selection, and also like don't forget to place an identifier here, super important. And the last thing that we'll do before this tutorial, this session ends, it's now we actually are finished with our design. We have our browser layout with the search bar, the buttons, and the other buttons to go to the tab list and the bookmark list. So we're actually basically done. And we're just missing the creation, like the creation of the files. So let's go here, File, New File, and we're going to choose Cocoa Touch class. As you can see, it's a Swift class, and the first one it should be like the UI view controller. That's our browser, and we're gonna name it Canvas view controller. You can name it as you please, but I'm gonna name it Canvas, because it sort of works as a canvas. Next. And in here, I'm gonna group it inside the simple iOS browser, which is this directory. And the only target that we have is the simple iOS browser, so I'm gonna select that one. And we click create, and it's done. And then if you don't want always to do like file, new file, you could just do like Command N, and it works. So again, Cocoa Touch class, Swift, and now we have to do our UI table view controllers. So I'll name them tabs table view controller. Again, this is the same. And once again, Command N. Next, bookmarks. Again, table view controller. Simple iOS browser, the same thing. It will create the same. And we're just missing two more classes. These are gonna be like the UI table view cell that's within the tabs and bookmarks. In this case, both cells are actually the same, but because of good practice, and maybe you later want to modify or add some stuff to each different cell, I'm gonna like make a specific class for each cell and not the same one. So tab table view cell. Next, the same. And okay. And bookmark table view cell. Same. Okay. What's this? The fuck? I don't know what happened there, but it was strange. Let's select this again. Bookmark, table view cell, Swift, yeah. And same. So now the last part is we just need to assign each and every class that we created to each element in our design. So in this case, I'm going to select the browser or canvas view controller, and you click here. And as you can see, it has assigned this view controller class that was created upon project creation, but we don't want to use that because we created our own that's named canvas. So we just like go and canvas, enter, and that's that. It's already linked. We do the same for our table view of tabs, and we go tabs. There we go. The same for our bookmarks. There we go. And last but not least, our cells. So bookmark table view cell. Here we go. and tab table view. So there we go. And that's that. Let's build our product. And it's done. So that's it, guys. Design this over. And I'm just gonna put it. Just gonna place this design in GitHub for you. So give me a second. Okay. I'm just gonna put designed app just as that, and then push. Okay, so it's over. It's done. It's in the remote repo. So if you want to access it, it's already there. So yeah, that's it for today. We finished our design. You saw it working. We just last thing was like we added the classes and assigned them to each and every controller and cell in our design, and that's that. Next session, just give me a second to switch. Yep. Next session we will discuss and work on actually enabling like website rendering in the canvas, in the main WebView controller. So that's that for today. I hope you liked. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience of the stream. The stream went dark. It was my internet connection. I hope it never repeats, but it does sometimes. So I'm sorry. And see you next week, next Saturday. And that's it. So have a nice one, guys. Bye bye. Hi guys. Welcome to the third session of how to create a simple iOS web browser in Swift. I hope it has been helpful so far. If you have any comments, any doubts, I will do my best to answer them. And any feedback is greatly appreciated. Any comment you can make to improve the process or the tutorial, just let me know in the chat section, and I'll try and implement it in the following sessions. So in this session, the third session, we're gonna put the functionality within our app for it to be able to render websites and to do some basic navigation throughout the website's search history, the timeline, and basic reload function, and also some URL kind of works, like URL, what's the word? Like we have to do some work over the URLs that we use and we take from our search bar in order for us to be able to get to our specific websites. And if the text inside the search bar is not a domain name, for example, a .com, it'll do a Google search for us. So that's like the main objective. And not right now. Okay, sorry for that. And also, damn, that the person who was about to come in kind of took me out of focus. Sorry for that, but Anyway, um, so yeah, we will enable Google searches in like right directly in the search bar, and also oh yeah, we will only cover .com URLs, but you can customize your own version of the app or do a fork in the repository, in the GitHub repository. You can do a fork and enable like other domain names, like other extensions to be processed, and then like do a pull request, and I'll check it out, and we can also include it for everyone else to have it. So let's start with this tutorial. Yeah. So last time I kind of forgot, and I messed it a little bit, because I forgot to put the very important, very necessary add button in here. Like, how we're gonna add some tabs if we don't have any button to add them. So let's do that. It was my fault. Sorry for that, but let's do that. We're gonna place a navigation item, a nav item, and we're gonna take out the title. Yep. And then bar button item, and we're gonna select the add. Yep. So that's about it. It's done. We already added this add button that we need to create like other tabs in our app. So now let's jump into the actual WebView rendering. And funny story, this is not like for example, like this is give me a second, I got a call. This is not like a UI kit, for example. You cannot like just import it directly. What we have to do is actually go to the bundle, to our project settings, and actually link our like the WebKit framework for us to be able to use it. So here it is, iOS 11 actually. Okay. So WebKit framework, it's done. So it's added. You can see it here. And then after we added it, we can actually go to our canvas, and give me a second. We can actually go to our canvas and actually import the WebKit. And if we perform a clean, where's the clean? Oh, yeah. Just to like to see that it works, because if we import the WebKit before we link the framework to our project, it won't work. So we have to do that. It's very important. Okay. Give it a second. It's compiling, so give it a sec. And I'm gonna answer your. Okay, wait. So Odin is saying I'm new to this one, and I was wondering which programs, tools there are for designing the application screens, like sketching. Oh, how do you know it's done? it shows there. Okay, so my favorite tool for app sketching, like doing wireframes or mockups, it's actually Sketch 3. It's a very cool app. You can actually do a lot of things with it, and it has a lot of plugins, so it's like super powerful. And after doing like the whole design in your in Sketch 3, you can like replicate it in your like in Xcode. It's fairly easy. Okay, it's almost done. Just bear with the process a little bit more. Almost. There we go. It's over. So, so the next step in our app development process is, we have all these UI elements like the search bar, the canvas, this view canvas, the toolbar buttons, and they require they have to have functionality. So we need to like link them to our code for us to be able to manage them, modify them, add stuff to them, give them functionality overall. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna open this this show the assistant editor view, and it'll pop up the code, like the class, the file that's related to my view controller. In this case, is the canvas view controller that I created in the past session, and we have to link, as I said, our elements. So you just have to press and hold Control and drag this, and it's going to be an outlet, so kind of a property for the class. It's a UI search bar. That's the type of the object, and I'm gonna name it, I don't have any creativity, search bar. And it'll create this IV outlet attribute, and as you can see, if you point here, it'll light up the actual object in the storyboard that's linked to that attribute. So in this case, our linked object or UI object is the search bar. So that way you can actually see if you made the correct link. And okay, so let's link the canvas view. Same process, just go for it. It's gonna be canvas view, straightforward. Then we will have to link these buttons here, the toolbar buttons. Same process. It's a UI bar button item, and I'm gonna name this one the back button. And then this one. And this will be the forward button. Now, this one I'm not gonna link per se. Like, I'm not gonna create an IV outlet for this one because I don't really have to modify it. its properties, like the object, like the like the UI objects properties. I don't have to modify them. So I just have to do something when it's clicked. So I just have to link a function and not an IV outlet. So that's literally that for these IV outlets. And then we just need to go and make our functions for the buttons. So I'm gonna name them toolbar functions, and this section will have all the IV action functions that are related to our buttons here. And as you can see, I'll start linking the refresh button. It's gonna be an action connection. I always do this in type. You can specify like any, and you can leave it like that. I always use like the default type for the UI object that I'm linking. It's just me. You don't have to do it because we're not actually going to modify the button, but it's just like my own kind of practice. And then we're going to name it reload. And as you can see, it actually created this IV action function that's called reload, as I specified, and it has a parameter, an argument, that's called sender, and it's of type UI bar button item. So this is our first IV action function. Let's create the second one, and we're gonna use this one for our second one. It's gonna be the action connection. Again, UR bar button item, and I'm gonna name it go forward. And once again, the same process for this one. So action and go back. Yep, so that's that. Give me a second. I need to check something out first. Okay, I'm not dropping any frames. That's perfect. Okay. So we created this IV action functions, and it's done. We obviously have to put some code inside because this, for example, this one, it's gonna be used for reloading or refreshing the website that's currently active. This go forward will go to the next website that's in the history line of the websites that had been visited by you, and the go back is the same but like the other way around. You go back to the last website that you visited before. So yeah, that's that. And now we're done linking our UI items to our code, for now at least, and now we don't need this one. I'm gonna close it. So we're done with the UI for now. So we can like close this main storyboard, and we'll go to the canvas right here. We're not right now. Wait, someone. This is the first time I have seen a web browser being developed. Huh. It's a simple one. It's a simple one, but but it's cool, you know. Okay, so back to the deal. So as you noticed, well, I can answer you in the stream. I don't know why I'm writing it down, but okay. For Odin specifically, this like it's a very simplistic web browser. I'm not doing any HTML rendering, you know, like parsing. Sorry, you know, like I'm not analyzing any document. I'm actually using this WK WebView that comes from the WebKit framework, because it takes care of like a lot of things that like you will have if you want to like do by yourself, it'll take like a lot of more time, but you can do like a very good, very cool browser with this WebKit framework, as you'll see in the following minutes. So we already imported it, and we will have to conform to two protocols in this case. It's give me a second, the WK navigation delegate, and this guy is gonna kind of tell our Canvas view controller class. It's gonna tell it when some specific events happen, and if we implement or conform to the methods that, like, to the functions that this navigation delegate has, if we implement those methods, we can add some functionality, like some extra stuff to the default one. So we have to do it in order to like get the desired functionality, because it doesn't, like, not everything comes out of the box. So that's that. And we have to do the same for the search bar. In order for us to handle search bar events, like if the return key is pressed in the keyboard, or like how to handle the editing of the text. So with this delegate, like conforming to this delegate will help us to achieve those kind of specific stuff that we have to do. Now, okay. So now we have, like, the delegates, the IV outlets, and we need to create some local variables. So I'm gonna create this one, and this is our web view. This is like the object that that we're gonna use to render our websites. So I'm gonna name it current web view, and it's gonna be a bar because it's gonna be changing, but it could be a let if it doesn't change. Depends on how you implement this, but in this case it's gonna be a bar. And I'm gonna create this error view, UI view. Note this specific detail. Although Swift has type inference, so what it means is Swift can detect what kind of, for example, if I put this, Swift can detect what type of object, or like object I am created. If I tell like UI view, I don't have to specify in any case that this variable that I'm declaring, it's a UI view. It only, like, it kind of figure it out, on its own. Sorry for the English, sometimes it gets messed up, but Swift is like super intelligent. But I like for myself, like, that's my own standard, like my own programming standard. I like to emphasize or kind of put explicitly the data type of each and every object, each and every thing that I use in my code, just for like clarity. Damn. Okay. And now I'm just gonna, like, this error view is like the view that we're gonna use to display errors. For example, when we cannot reach a server, or we have some SSL, like a security measure that doesn't allow us to access some stuff. That error view and this error label are the ones that are gonna help us to, well, for the user to see what's actually happening with the browser, you know. And we only need this three stuff to do everything, really. It's like just those three stuff, but the code that comes after it, it's like where the magic happens. So that's that. And give me a second. Yeah. Okay. So usually what I like to do is actually create a configuration section, and I call it configuration functions. And these functions are gonna be called in the viewDidLoad function. So when the app starts and the viewDidLoad function gets called, all these methods are gonna get called, and they're gonna specifically configure like all our views, you know, like the current web view, the error view, and the error label. Everything is gonna get like set up right here. So let's start with some configure search bar, and this is just I'm just gonna put like, I'm just gonna conform to the delegate. So search bar dot delegate, and I'm gonna set as self, because when you put like delegate equals to self, I'm telling the program that this class, the Canvas view controller, is well, the object that's instantiated from the class. It's conforming, like it is the delegate of the search bar. So any event that happens to the search bar is gonna get handled by this class. Obviously, you can put other configurations here if you want. It doesn't have to be just like the delegate. You can modify your search bar, but for me, it's just that. And then I'm just gonna put a configure web view. So this is basically the same. It's gonna set up my web view. And the first thing that I have to do when I'm setting up a web view is I have to create the web view configuration itself. So web config, it's wk web view configuration, and that's that. You just have to initialize like the object, and then I'm gonna create a frame, because we need a frame to place our web view, and it's gonna be this one. So we have to specify like the coordinates for our frame and the width and the height. So since I'm gonna add it to the Canvas view, it's gonna start in 0, 0, and it's gonna have, just for clarity, canvas view dot frame dot width and canvas view dot frame dot height. So we now have our frame, and that means that we can actually initialize our our web view. And so we pass on our frame and the web config that we created for it. And then we just WebView. We just say to the navigation delegate that our class is its delegate, so we will handle its events, and we just add everything up to the canvas view, current view. Okay, that's that for the configuration of the web view. I'm just gonna answer some message that I got. Anita, can you change it later on, or is the value expected to increase from 0? I'm not understanding your question, Anita. I don't know if you're talking about the frame, but you can change everything later, you know? Please clarify. I was referring to the frame coordinates. Sure, you can change it later. Like, I don't know why would you want to change it, but yeah, you can like reframe the web view if you want. Totally. I'm actually doing this for it to be able to render like in the origin kind of part, like the upper left corner of the canvas view. So this 0 is the upper left corner, and then the width and the height just kind of drags everything down and covers the entire canvas. You'll see in a minute, but sure, you can change the coordinates if you want. So now I'm gonna go real quick and do the last configuration part, which is the configure web view error. As you already know, this is gonna literally this is gonna serve for configuring our error view and error label elements. And so same thing, I create a frame, CG rect, and same story, 0 0 0 0 canvas view dot frame dot width canvas view dot frame dot height. Okay, I know this might be like this line and this one are kind of the same, and yes, you sure can like take it both and put it in a reference over here and then use it. You sure can do that if you want. For me, I'm just gonna leave it like that, but if you want, you can do that. And then error view, and we just created with the frame that we just created here. And then we're just gonna give it a background color, and it's gonna be white because, you know, we don't want the user to be like we don't want the background of the error view to be all flashy, because it's just like a simple way of telling the user what happened, like what went wrong. So we don't have to do anything flashy. So white is okay, I think. And we will create the next frame for our label. And it's gonna be this, the same thing. And in here it changes because I'm gonna take the actual size of my frame. It's just the way of I'm referencing this. It's gonna cover up the whole kind of space, because like although like the type of errors that you can get in the like while browsing the web, like the description of the errors are like from they have different lengths. So I opted for covering the whole frame, like the whole canvas in this case, to be able to, like, you know, display different sizes of different lengths of labels with different number of lengths. And we just have to create our label. Come on. It's gonna have a background color of white also. It's gonna have a text color. And here I'm gonna show you something that I really like to do. I don't know if you do it also, but I really like to do it. And we actually can, you know, reference a set of colors here, you know, black, blue, brown, clear, cyan, dark gray, dark text, you know, a lot of different ones. I actually like to create a separate file for colors with a specific purpose. It's kind of an extension or a category, depends on how you see it. But wait, yeah. But it will help us to actually use like colors out of the normal ones, like out of the default ones, and we just create references to those colors, and then we can instantiate those colors throughout all our app without like needing to kind of do everything again. And just for convention, I'm gonna name this UI color plus color constants, yeah. And I'm gonna name it that, so I'm gonna create it. It'll create this white just with an import foundation file. And what we have to do is actually import UIKit. And this is gonna help, like this is gonna work as an extension file of UI color. And we're only, right now for this session, we're only gonna define this gray color. Well, I'm gonna name it pastel gray color. And we don't have any parameters, but we return a UI color. And basically we just do that. We return like a UI color. I'm gonna go, wait. This one. I'm gonna go for this specific kind of tone of gray. You can choose another one if you like. It's open for kind of taste. I like this one, so I'm gonna use this one. And as you can see, I'm specifying the red, green, blue, and alpha components of color. And you can take this information from any website. You know, like for example, W3 Schools has a color picker, and there you can kind of take this information out of and use it. And as you can see, we just when you call this pastel gray color function, it just returns like this specific color, and that's that. That's it. You know. Then you go back to your canvas, and you actually kind of pastel. Yep, you can use it, and there you go. So now we have a text with the color that we want. That's cool, right? And also the text for now it's gonna be empty because we don't have any error descriptions right now, so it's gonna be empty. The text alignment, it's gonna be centered. The font, it's gonna be, I like Helvetica Neue. I don't know how to pronounce that really, but if it's if it was wrong, please tell me, you know. And at last, the number of lines. And I'm gonna specify 0 because as I understand, 0 is kind of wild card. It's kind of like saying like, hey, use as many lines as you have to use. Like you don't have to use like you don't have a specific number of lines. You just use whatever you must use. So that's 0. And so we're done with the configuration functions. Yep. So we just have to use them here in the do any additional setup after loading the view section. And yep, we're just gonna use configure search bar, then configure WebView, and then configure WebView error. So that's that. We're all done with the configuration process. And if we run this, like if we run right now the app, it's not gonna do anything because like it's gonna do this obviously, but like you're not gonna see anything because these parts of code, like they set up the views in itself, like on themselves, like they create the views, but they don't actually add the views to the canvas, you know, so it won't show anything. So it's kind of useless right now, but later on you'll see it'll work. If you have any doubt, like until now, or want to discuss something, or do you have some you know, feedback, please let me know. I'm glad to answer everything that I can because, you know, I'm not like a guru or something. I'm just doing what I can. And next we had to do what's called the WK WebView functions. So I'm gonna define another section. I love sections, guys. I don't know why, but They bring me kind of peace of mind. WebView functions. And right now we're just gonna make 3 functions. The one function that's gonna load, I think that's the word, our website, and another 2 functions that are gonna display the error view and are gonna hide the error view. So those 3 functions, very important functions to be able to render our websites, and you'll see what, like, these functions. Well, this one specifically, this one is kind of the core of the whole application, and it's gonna be like func load website input, and it's gonna be a string, and this input is our the text that we take out from the UI search bar. It's gonna be our URL, and is URL a domain? So this is gonna tell us if the URL that we took out from the search bar is in fact like a search query for Google, or is it like a domain name that we have to load. And I got a question from Odin. Give me a sec. How much memory do you think the browser uses? Pretty good question. Pretty good question. For now, like right now, we're only gonna be using one WebView, so it's not a lot of memory. Like I cannot tell you right now like the specifics of the like how much, like, in fact it's gonna be using, but it's gonna be using like little, like not so much memory. But later on, we're gonna implement with Realm some model classes, and like with them we're gonna store bookmarks and tabs, and that's obviously gonna increase the memory usage. But we'll try to figure some optimal solution, so don't worry about that. Remember, obviously, that we're not trying to mimic or recreate Chrome or Dolphin or Safari. It's like that's not the point of this tutorial. It's just a simple iOS web browser, a humble one, in fact. But it's supposed to show us the kind of like the basics of browsers in iOS, like in Swift, and how you can use some specific Swift tools to create these applications. So let's. I hope I answered your question. And let's continue with this load website function. So the first thing that I have to do is, as you know, URLs in the browsers have a specific domain of characters that they can handle, and there are other like special or illegal characters that must be avoided, or in this case encoded or translated, for the URL to actually work. So that's our main job right now. We have to actually take the URL from the search bar and encode it. We have to encode it to translate those special characters into other accepted characters, so our browser can work as it's supposed to do. So first of all, I'm gonna create this this variable that's encoded URL. I'm gonna name it that way because it's gonna be like really our encoded URL, and I'm gonna create it with input. I'm just gonna put the input there. And then I have to check, like in this case, as I told you before, if if the text in our search bar it's not a .com, a .tv, a .ru for Russia, maybe, you know, if it's not that, we're gonna do a search query in Google, like by default. In a more advanced browser, you can change your default search engine. In this case, we're just gonna default for Google, like for simplicity. If you want, you can change the browser also, use another, sorry, the browser, no, the search engine. You can use another search engine if you want, but it's kind of the same. And this boolean is gonna tell us if it's a regular old domain name or if it's a search query. And well, I'm gonna go right away for the search query. I'm gonna override the value of encoded URL with this new string. So https www.google.com, straightforward. Then these specific parameters that we have to use to be able to use our search. So search question mark DCR equals 0 ampersand, and then the query itself. So Q equals and then our query, and here it comes. This is the way that we're gonna encode our URL. So I'm gonna use the adding %encoding method, and we're just gonna use the URL host allowed. So what this method does, it takes this string and it encodes it using the URL host allowed characters, or like symbols. And then we're gonna, like, after it's encoded, we're gonna attach it to this URL, so we can query with it and use Google to make the search. But if it's a domain name, our input can have the HTTP or HTTPS scheme, or it can also not have it. So we have to check that, obviously. And if it doesn't have it, we have to like append it to the URL. So we have to check that out. And I'm gonna use some basic Swift functions. So I'm gonna check if the sequence, well, the string starts with the sequence, and it's gonna be HTTP, just the regular old not secure HTTP, and if it's not that, you know, it might be the other version of HTTP, that secure one, and that's that. If it's not that, then it doesn't have any scheme, and we just add our desired scheme by ourselves. So I'm gonna use the HTTPS HTTPS colon, I think that's the name, / and we will use the same as this. Yep. So this way we let me finish and then I'll kind of explain what happened there. In here, I'm gonna, if it has it, I'm gonna take it out, And you're probably asking yourself, like, why are you taking it out and then adding it again later, right? Like, why are you doing that? I don't get it. And the answer to that one is that these characters, like this forward slash, and I think also the colon, these ones are illegal or not accepted characters for the URL. Like, they're not accepted because they are specific for the URL, kind of reserved for the URL. So right now we're getting an input, and in this place we're encoding it. But this adding parse percent encoding doesn't care, like, what's your context. So if we don't take this part out, it's actually gonna encode or translate these characters, and we're gonna get an ugly, deformed URL. So we don't want that. So we have to take it out and then place it in again. And that way, actually, we secure, like, we make sure that it's gonna be like an HTTPS request. So that's a plus, I think. And we do the same with this one, you know, drop first, only with 8 because it has the extra S. And so we have the input. We check if it's a domain or if it's a search query. We check if it's a domain. We check if it's HTTP, sorry, and if it is, we take it out. If it's not, we check if it's HTTPS. If it is, we take it out. And if it's, well, it doesn't matter if it's not or it is, then it encodes our URL and appends it to this HTTPS scheme, and that's it. So after this if-else statements, we actually have already our constructive URL already encoded. So we have to do now our actual request, and here we just input our encoded URL. So that's gonna create a URL object, like a real URL object. And what's happening here? Oh yeah, totally. I always forget to, like, kind of unwrap it. So we're creating our real URL, and we now have the real one. And now we have to create our request. So URL request. And it's gonna be URL request. URL. A lot of URLs, you know. But that's actually it. And the WebKit framework, in this case, our WebKit. Wait, it's what happened here? We're having some troubles. Consecutive statements on a line must be separated by. But this is not gonna work, man. No. What's happening here, guys? Let me find the solution. Is it because it's named the same? I don't think so, but maybe. No, it's not that. Any ideas, guys? Which consecutive statements, man? Okay, I'm gonna delete this and wait for it. Okay. Let's write this again. I'm gonna try without the. What's up? Hi. Huh. Hi. Totally. So I'm gonna go. Oh, it was an extra. Yeah, it was that. Okay. That bugged me out. Sorry. I think it was because I pressed the tab button, and it kind of how's it going? Fine here. Sorry for the inconvenience, guys. I tripped myself. But okay. So after our URL request, that URL request, it's actually the object that we have to use to make like literally the web request. You know, like the HTTP request. And as I was saying, my I don't know why I say my now. The WebView object, the WK WebView object has some specific functions that are super useful for our web rendering purposes. So in this case, you know, we have this super cool function that's the load function, and that actually takes a URL request. So we have a URL request. And this is gonna take care of everything. Like we pass the my request object for getting there, and this function does everything for us. And like when we call this function, like we're kind of creating events, and things will happen. So that's why we conform to the navigation delegate protocol, because this delegate, it's gonna let us respond to the events that are gonna be triggered by this load function. And last but not least, we have to hide our oh, sorry, we haven't created that part yet. Give me a second. Same 30. I'm gonna respond. I hope you're listening to me. I'm gonna respond in the stream in itself. And by the way, Sargin, I actually don't know if the browser supports Flash. I haven't tested it out like fully yet. I've been opening like the regular old websites like Google, Apple, Live Edu, this kind of things. I guess you can enable Flash if it doesn't support it like by default, but I cannot give you like a straight answer. That's a really good question. And by the way, Yevhench, I guess that's how you pronounce it. Um, there are a lot of apps that well, it depends on it can be for dev purposes or something else. I've always have like the same kind of set of apps for like development purposes and also like for myself. One of my favorite apps is actually this one, France. I don't know if you know it, but if you don't, you should check it out. It's really cool for like connecting with people. You can have a lot of services in there. I have like WhatsApp, Messenger, different kind of stuff, Slack. So it's really helpful. Let me finish let me finish the tutorial, and maybe we can talk about the apps later. Like after the tutorial, is that okay for you? And well, back to the meat. So yep, this creates the request, and we have to we should update the text of our search bar to reflect the new URL that we got from the search itself. In this case, it's like this one, straightforward, encoded URL dot lowercase just because why not, but you can put like uppercase also and it'll work. And we're missing something here, but I'm gonna skip it because we have to create the other two functions that I was telling you about, and after we create those, we will put the missing part in that last snippet. So I'm gonna do a display WebView error, and I'm gonna pass an info, and this info string is actually the information that we want to display in the app, so the user knows what the hell happened to the request. And as expected, we're gonna modify the label and just its text, and put the info argument that we got, and then for displaying purposes, since we already have in the configure everything set up, we just need to add the view and the label to the canvas. So I'm gonna use the add subview function, and it's gonna be error view, and the same for the label. And that's that for our display WebView error. It just updates the text in the error label, and adds the error view and the error label view to the canvas view. And since we have a display WebView error, we need a hide WebView error. Hide WebView error. And this does the opposite thing, it takes out the views. So error view dot remove from superview, error label dot remove from super view. And this thing, like these two like statements, lines of code, like they take care of, you know, everything that we need to hide the error, you know, message. So it's done. And the part that was missing from the last method was actually after we load a new request, you know, we should actually clean our canvas. So I'm gonna hide all the errors that we had before. And if by any chance in this load request we get an error, it'll display them again, you know. But we at least cleansed the canvas before anything happened. So that's important. And we're done with this section of WK WebView functions. And now we just had to do a last part, you know, for us to be able to actually start rendering stuff, you know. And what we have to do is actually we have to conform to the method, like we have to implement the methods that these two protocols, well, yeah, these ones, this stuff has like functions that we need to implement to get like the functionality that we want to. So the next sections are actually those sections. We have to literally implement overwrite the functions that we are given. So this section is going to be called WK navigation delegate functions, and we're gonna use five, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 functions that we have to use in order to perform what we want to. 2 of the functions that we're gonna use are just like for us to know what's happening in the request, but we don't actually need them. It's just for clarity. And I'm gonna start with one of those actually. So it's the WebView did commit function, and this one is just like if I do a request, when the request gets processed and the navigation gets committed, kind of I get kind of a real result. This function, it's gonna like this one is gonna get triggered, and whatever is inside will happen. So right now I'm just gonna do like some committed print statement, and give me a second. I'm getting messages from Jeff Hench. Sorry for that. Give me a second. Okay, Jeff Hench, I'm gonna answer you. We're actually near, not the end, but like kind of 3/4 of the way to get like the good product. So let me finish and I'll answer your questions or like your messages. I couldn't see them because they were like fast, but we'll get there. So Odin, sorry for that. Back to the tutorial. So this is just it for this function, the did commit function, and now the next one is something similar. It's called the did finish function, And this one, obviously, as the name implies, this one is going to get called when the wait, finished. I think that's how you write it. This is going to get called when the loading process actually gets done. You know, like when it finishes and you can see the render or the well, yeah, the render actually, because if you get an error in the request, this did finish function is not gonna get called. But when you get the render, when you get the website in your browser, you're gonna have this specific method like function get called upon. So we're just gonna print a finished tag to console, and we have to do something else here, but you'll see. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, since this part is the last part of the loading process, because it's when it gets finished, we have to actually update our navigation tool bar buttons. Why is that? Because we have to actually kind of change the state of the buttons. You know, as when you use a normal browser and you move through different websites, the navigation buttons change. You know, like the forward one disables, the backward one enables. You know, so this function is going to take care of this. So whenever we load something and it's finished, it's done, we have to actually update the navigation toolbar buttons state, and that's it. And then I'm gonna comment it right now because it's annoying me that it's a mistake. But you know, the next one, it's also just for debugging purposes. You know, it's the did start provisional navigation, and this one, if I remember correctly, is the one that gets called. It's the first thing that gets called. You know, like the first thing that gets called when the loading process begins. This one gets called, like the started provisional navigation, and then we're gonna implement another one that's related to the last one. That's actually the one that we need to use when we get an error, and it's the did fail. I'm getting what up? Give me a second. I'm getting a Skype call. What up? That was strange. Give me just a second, guys, please. I'm receiving some messages. I don't know why. Oh, okay. The Mac apps again thing. Sorry for the interruption, but okay. Yeah, the Mac apps. As I was saying, it's Jeven. Oh, you don't have access to Premium Live Edu. Okay. Are you hearing me? Okay. Okay, that's weird, but exactly, Odin. I think that's like your kept. Yeah, Yeah, Odin, yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know if you're talking about the code. I guess you are. I hope you are. But yeah, exactly. That's that's actually what you know what happens. We have to check did fail this one. Did fail provisional navigation with navigation and with error. Um, so so yeah, this part, like this specific function, it's gonna get called when we get any kind of error. For example, as you say, Odin. Well, I don't know if you were talking about the code, but if you were, like this specific function is the one that handles the errors. Like that's why the name, did fail provisional navigation. It helps with SSL errors, server not found errors. These kind of errors, they get handled here, and so we have to actually use the methods that we defined before, the display WebView error, and we're gonna pass as an argument the error dot localized description. That's the only thing we need, and also obviously the one that we haven't defined, this one. We also have to update our buttons because due to the error, because this it's strange, but like it works that way when this method gets called because something went wrong. This method that did finish function, it doesn't get called, but because it actually didn't finish, like it finished trying to load the website or the thing that you wanted to load, but it never actually got there. So it didn't even commit it. It didn't even finish. So we have to actually re-update our buttons. Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna answer to Jevon because. Okay, sorry. I'll get back to you. Okay, I'm done. So yeah, sorry. That's that. And so we have the did commit, did finish, did start provisional navigation, and did fail provisional navigation methods. We just need a last one, and this one we need it because let's say iOS 9 introduced some specific problems, or like not problems, but like they kind of incremented security. So so we're gonna use the did receive challenge, and this happens when you want to access some site, and there's an authentication challenge like this, like it's not it might not be the site that's supposed to be. Have you ever got the message like when you try to access apple.com, it's Apple, but you get like some kind of are you sure this is Apple? This might be some kind of other site trying to make something bad. So we need this one to handle those challenges, and we're just gonna create a credential, a URL credential, with the challenge dot protection space dot server trust, and we're gonna use the completion handler with the user credential and the credential itself. Now, don't ask me, don't like, well, okay, yeah, you can ask me, but you know, as I was building this tutorial for you, this is actually my first time using the WebView, like the WK WebView toolkit, or like, you know, framework. In this case, specifically class. This is my first time. So I encountered this problem, and this is the way to solve it. But and I kind of get the concept, like why like this kind of bypasses that like part. It tells, like, you know, trust the site, so it lets you in. But as I've kind of read, these kind of specific implementations, obviously, if you try to make an app out of it, like a real app, and publish it in the App Store, Apple's not gonna like it, and it's not gonna let you publish it. So if you really want to, like, for example, I don't know, some I don't know, one of you might say, like, I want to do a browser, you know, like a real browser, and publish it, you know, like put it in the App Store. So you obviously can do it, but you have to handle certain security measures like really well, so that Apple like conform to what Apple wants, so that Apple is happy, and they will let you put your app in the App Store. But if you don't, they won't, because this works, but it's not what Apple wants. So, you know. And well, that's that. That's really that. And the last part before we can show off our product. I know this has been a long coding session without even hitting the run button. I know that maybe suck. I'm sorry for that, but you know, I'm laying out all the fundamentals to actually get there. So bear with me. So I'm gonna define the UI search bar delegate functions, and we just need two functions. The search bar bookmark button was clicked, and this one we're not gonna use it right now because we don't have the database to use it. But this one is the one that actually takes the URL and saves a new bookmark in it. So print search bar. I'm just gonna print the text, you know, right now. So that's that. And the second one, that's this one is the good one. Like this one is the one that we really need right now, is the search bar search button click. And this one, you know, as the name says it, states it, you know, this one gets called when the return key in your keyboard gets pressed. And we're gonna take whatever we have in the whatever we have in the search bar text, we're gonna take it, we're gonna process it, and we're gonna send it to our load website function that we've defined before. But this is like a really important kind of method, like function right here. Okay. Thank you, Odin. Okay, so let's continue back to coding. So yeah, so we have to make we have to kind of process the text. The first thing that we have to do, and this is like a straightforward thing, is, you know, let's make the keyword go away. Resign first responder. This little dude here it's gonna take like it's gonna tell the keyword that's attached to the search bar, like, hey man, you're off, go off, go off screen. So that's that. After it went away, just for UI, like just for UX, because we don't want the keyboard to always be there, And in the emulator, you can actually toggle and untoggle the keyboard with with your keyboard, like your physical laptop or computer keyboard. But in the real like in a real app, you don't have like something else to kind of take out the keyboard. So these kind of things are like really necessary. And afterwards, we're gonna take out the input. I'm gonna define a let, because it's not gonna change. That's why I'm gonna put it like let. And I'm gonna define this input string variable. It's gonna be taken out of the search bar dot text. Sorry, we don't want any nils. And we just have to apply the trimming characters function. Trimming characters. So this, and well, we're gonna be trimming white spaces. So what's gonna why is this? So what we're gonna do? Oh yeah, and I'm missing this one. I always miss that one. Thank you, Xcode. What we're gonna do is actually we're gonna take whatever we have in the search bar, in the text, and we're gonna trim all the spaces, all the leading spaces and all the trailing spaces. Every space that's leading and trailing, we're gonna take it out, and we're gonna check if there's something else, after we trim it. And if there is, if there is, we're gonna try to load something. If there isn't, we're not gonna do anything, because if it's empty, why would I load something? We cannot load emptiness. So it's just we have to check if it's empty. So literally it's empty. Straightforward. And if it's not empty, this is the way that I'm doing it. You can do it like another way, or like I'm gonna do some checkouts, and you can implement it another way, but the main idea remains. You can do other validations if you want. I'm just gonna do this ones because it's a simple browser, but you can go ahead and do much more if you want. I actually encourage you to do much more after we finish this browser. Like, for example, I didn't consider a progress bar, and I have not considered at all a progress bar, and it's a good thing to have in a browser. So if you can and if you want, try to implement a progress bar each time you load a new website. You animate your progress bar. Well, not with real animation, but if you have used progress bar, you understand me. If you don't, please do. It's a really cool topic, and it'll give it'll give the user the sensation of progress. That's why we need it, but I'm not implementing it. And so I'm just checking if this input has a suffix. A suffix of what, you can ask, and a suffix of .com to know if it's trying to refer to a website, or it could maybe, because it depends, it sometimes happens, the input could be the same thing, but with a forward slash, and that could happen also. And also, just because I like live edu and I like streaming with you guys, I'm gonna include the .tb suffix, and the .tv/suffix. Now, obviously, there are a lot of more suffixes like .mx in the case of Mexico, my country, .fr, I think it's France, .ru, there are a lot, .io, you can make a function maybe like that gets called upon in here, and it tells you if it has an extension, like a real valid extension. If it does, you do like it's true, and you do like you load a website. But I'm just taking into consideration that the .com and the .tv for now, but you can extend its functionality. And we just have to load our website, and as input, well, we're gonna put input as is URL domain. Well, it is, so yeah. If it doesn't have that suffix, sorry for that, yeah, we do the same, load website with the same input, but we do it as false. And now actually we're done with this search bar button clicked function. So we take out the keyword, we trim every leading and trailing white space in our input. We check if it's empty. If it's not empty, we check if it's referring to a website, to a specific domain name. If it is, we load the website with true, because it is. If it's not, we'll pass on false. And as you remember, if it's not a URL domain name, it's gonna try and load a Google search with the input. So that's why we did it that way. Okay, so actually I think we're ready to go. And something's not gonna work. I'm pretty sure about it, because there's something missing, but I want you to know this, so I'm gonna show you how it doesn't work, and then we'll fix it together. And when I say together, it's literally together, because it's something similar to the URL authentication challenge thing. Like, you can solve it and it'll work, but it doesn't like, it makes the browser work, but it's not gonna get accepted by Apple. So I encourage you to find a way to make, like, to build the security up if you want. If you don't want, but don't do it. But it's really interesting, because Apple, I read that this happened in iOS 9, and it's for our own good, like as Apple does the sandboxing in the iPhone. It has a lot of security, and it is super good for us, but sometimes for the developer it can be like a pain in the ass. So sometimes it's not as good as for the developer. At least for the user, it's super good. And we're building now. I'm gonna stretch a little bit out, because why not? Hi again, guys. While we wait for this thing to compile and install the app in our emulator, I wanted to tell you that I'm having a great time with you. It's actually my first stream, like my first tutorial ever, literally, because like back in 2015 I streamed for Live Edu, back when it was called live programming, I think. and I also streamed Swift, but it wasn't a tutorial. So, and it wasn't structured. I was just working on a project, and like a really cool project that I was doing back then, and but it had no structure. It had no, like, you couldn't relate to it in any way. And this is the first time that I'm actually working and like kind of structuring my work to be able to present it to you. So I hope it is of your liking. And any suggestions, any recommendations, any feedback is really welcomed. And it's almost done. So let's wait for it. I'm gonna take out the camera. Bye bye for now. Ha ha ha. I hate that it takes long, really long. Like, okay, it's over. But we're used to like super fast response times, and sometimes it's like, come on, bro, like it's a little bit not so fast. So yeah, give me a sec. Yep. As you can see, we have our browser as we had back then. It's our keyboard, if okay, I cannot use, okay, if we start putting down some site like Google. I'm gonna load Apple .com, and if we, well, let's see what happens. I hope it works. I don't think it'll do because of the thing that I told you about, but let's hope. So as you can see, it started the provisional navigation. So that's like the first thing that happens always, and then it committed. Oh, here we have it. Here we have it. So yeah, like as expected, it started the provisional navigation, and then it committed the navigation itself, and then it finished. And here we have it, guys. It's the new iPhone 8, best iPhone. Just kidding. No, I'm not. I like Apple, but I'm not buying that stuff. It's too expensive. I'm buying a Samsung S8. I don't know if someone is a Galaxy fan, but I'm gonna buy it anyway. It worked. We had full functionality. As you can see, if we scroll all the way down to the very last part of it, it's right where we want it to be. Right in the bottom here. So our canvas actually worked. It actually laid out our WebView exactly as we wanted, as we wished it to. And if we bookmark, for example, here, if I click like bookmark, as you can see, it just prints the apple.com URL. And let me show you something. I hate that my keyboard is not working. I don't know why, but okay. Yeah, so I was telling you guys, let me I don't know, let me come on. Google.com. Yeah, and that's actually the error. The error that I was talking about. That's the error that I was talking about. Like an SSL error has occurred and a secure connection to the server cannot be made. And it really sucks because, you know, it's like it's good for the user because SSL is like a really good technology for security reasons, but for the developer it's always a pain in the ass, you know, to like you have to conform to everything that Apple says. And when you send an app to the App Store, you know, it gets evaluated by them. And if you don't conform to the things that they want to, they bounce back your app. So you have to modify it and then like resubmit it. So it's kind of a pain in the ass, but you know, it's good also because you learn a lot and you become a better engineer, you know, and an app developer overall. So clients deserve quality, so you know, we should give clients quality. That's why they do it. I got some messages, so made the whole thing look easy. Thanks, Sergeant. And so it cannot handle SSL connections. It sure can handle it, you know, if you make it handle it. Right now, I'm not gonna go in depth with that because, to be honest with you guys, as I already told you, this is my first time making this browser. I had like literally, it's my first time. So I haven't gone like into the subject of SSL connections, you know. Right now I found like I created a fix and it will actually work, but it's not the best option, you know. You should actually if you like to further develop this browser experience, you should actually go into SSL connections and actually perform the security measures in your code to enable them. So I hope that answered your question. And we're gonna do like that little trick, that specific little trick that we mentioned. We have to go to our info plist, and this property list. I don't know why I say plist. This property list, it's the one that actually tells the story about our app. It contains properties that our app, you know, has, and it works like if you want to use something, for example, the camera in an app, you have to add a specific key, like an information here in this property list, because the user, as you know, you have used like Snapchat or other stuff. When you open it at the first time, you get a message like, "Hey, Snapchat has to use your app, your camera. Do you want, like, do you allow it?" So that information, like the specific text that gets displayed in that message, you can put it here. You can place it here. Right now, we're not gonna place that one because we don't need a camera, but we will open this property list as a source code, and you see, it's a basic XML. You know, not anything like nothing too shady, nothing too fancy. And for us to be able to bypass the SSL connection kind of failure, we will have to actually make this NS app transport security. Yep. And this is a key, and inside this key, this key, because like the value of this key within the dictionary, it's another dictionary. Hallelujah, you know. And we had to use the NS allow arbitrary loads. So we close the key, like the tag, and the value of this is gonna be a true, just like it's stating, like, hey man, you should let each and every connection pass. So don't be racist, and if it's an unsecured connection, just let it pass. This is how it works. NSLO arbitrary loads, it lets everything pass, and it works with the NS app transport security. That's like the thing that makes the security run around in our app. So this is supposed to work. So we created the key, has a dictionary with a key, and a true like a boolean with a true value, and that's basically that. So if we run again our emulator, it's supposed to work. Let's see if it does. And so, god damn it, I cannot use my keyboard, I don't know why, but so google.com, and okay, okay, didn't work. And a SSL error has occurred and a secure connection to the server cannot be made. Okay, give me a second. Just want to try something out. Same problem. That's nasty. Programming in Swift. Okay. Well, I just wanted to show you guys. We have to figure out what's happening with this SSL error, but I just wanted to show you out that that as we did in our code, it happened here. It created the Google search URL, and here we have the text, the input text that we placed in our search bar. Here it is. In the query section, like in the argument, it's like programming space, and it's like the space thing, the space character. It's translated into a percentage symbol, character, and then a 20, and then in space, translated, and then Swift. So this way, we can that's why we needed to encode our URL, so we can actually perform this kind of searches, and Google will answer for it, like by default. But okay, that's it for now. I think we should leave the SSL problem till last, because it's already 6, and I know I don't want to take like the whole day away from you. So let's just focus on the toolbar buttons, and make them work. And afterwards, if you still want, we can check out the SSL problem. If not, we can check it out tomorrow. Don't worry. So yep, here it is. We can click. We can browse. We can do anything and everything. Okay, iOS, everything. We have everything here. Okay, so let's go. It's interesting that it doesn't work, but back to the canvas, and we had to work on our toolbar functions. Yep, we already have the configuration functions, WebView functions, navigation delegate functions, search bar delegate functions, toolbar functions. Here we go. So, you know, this is a really stupid function. The reload function is like just the current view, WebView object obviously has a reload mechanism, you know, so we don't have to do anything at all. It works out of the box. The go forward one, we will literally go forward. It sounds stupid, but it does work like that. And the hide web, we have to hide our errors. When we finish the whole product, I'm gonna explain why we have to hide the web error, like the WebView error there. It's interesting. It's not a problem, you know, but since it's a simple iOS browser, it doesn't work like exactly, for example, like Chrome, you know, like it does everything, like every basic function, but kind of the navigation mechanisms are a little bit different. So if you take it out of the box and try to implement it out of the box without like super intensive customization, you have some restraints. So I will tell you later, but this is necessary for it to kind of give you a good user experience. Last but not least, when we go forward, we have to actually update the text in the search bar just to like, you know, like give the user some feedback. And you know, it's that we take out the URL and we use the absolute string of the URL, and there we go. We have everything there. In the go back, for the same reasons that I already told you back there, but like back in the go forward function, we just have to check if the error view is actually placed upon the canvas. So if it is, we just take it out with the hide. If it isn't, we actually go back, you know, go back. Nope. Go back. And the same thing, we update our text search bar. And that's about it. The last function that we need for our toolbar, and it's actually a good one because like it's important, you know. I don't know if you remember, we left something commented here. Well, actually, this one is the one that we need to do now, and it's the one that just like it handles the status of the buttons. So place it there, the update navigation toolbar buttons, and then it's straightforward, you know, like if the current web view can go forward, you know, then we enable it. We enable the button. Forward button is enabled. No, it's enabled. And this is true because yeah, you can go forward, you know. If the web view cannot go forward, simple as, it's false. And same story for the back button. Can go back. If it can, then it will. We'll enable it. If it cannot, then we'll disable it. And that's it. We finished our function. So we're literally just going through it again. If it can go forward, we enable it. If it cannot, we disable it. If it can go backward, we enable it. If it can't, we disable it. And we just, I don't remember. No, wait. I don't remember. I think we just used once or twice. No, twice. So here, just take this out. And here, we just take this out. And that's that. So we once again run our emulator, and we're gonna check this functionality, like this kind of, yeah, like this functionality. We're gonna check it out in apple.com, because that's the only one that we can access right now, because the SSL won't let us. So yep, apple.com. Okay, apple.com. So we're in. It's loading. It's done. It's bookmarked. I'm just kidding. So yeah. So let's. As you can see, they're disabled. You know, they're not enabled because, you know, we're like in the first website, so, you know, we cannot go forward or we cannot go backward because there's nothing forward and there's nothing backward. We sure can reload, but you know, that's that. And that's a reload. Okay, that's the same thing. If we go Mac, you know, we went to another a different website, like a different website, and you can see like it changed the status here, and we can go back. You know, we can go back. We're here. We're back, and we can go forward again, and we can, you know, let's click Learn More here, and we're, you know, in our third place. You know, here you can see like the URL is updating itself, and we can go back again and back again. You know, it all works. Forward, and it works. So that's, you know, that's the functionality of the toolbar. So it's done, but we need to figure out the SSL problem. I just wanted to show you something because I think it's interesting. So check this out. If I place here, come on. If I place here this symbol, when we process this URL, it'll check that this .com// exists, and it does. So it'll try to render a website, but it you know, the URL, it's wrong. It's not Apple, you know, this symbol. It's just Apple. So it should tell you like the server, the URL cannot be shown. Yeah. And actually modifies this. I don't know why. We have to check this out later. But, you know, it doesn't work, and it actually shows us the, you know, the message as we want it to. Like it appears to be like Safari. You know, it really checks out as Safari, but it works. You know, like the error message, it totally works. Maybe we could put like a gray background, but I like it that way. And what was the question? Will you later add incognito mode? That's a really good question, actually. Odin, I was you know, this browser project was placed upon me by Live Edu Education. So, you know, I haven't discussed anything with them, but if you want, sure, like we can work, like we can kind of finish this tutorial of 5 sessions and then do like kind of enhancement of the browser in the next tutorial. You know, like kind of a complicated browser or something. I don't know, like cooler browser if you want. Yeah, totally. So so yeah, we finished this butte, this code. It's done. You can mangle it. You can not mangle it, but you can kind of change it if you want to. You know, add some extra functionality, for example, in here. If you desire, obviously, as Odin asked, we sure can have another like tutorial afterwards of a more enhanced browser. But let's. I'm gonna spend because I'm already late for an event tonight. Let's wrap this up with the SSL problem. If we can't fix it, I'm sure as hell gonna fix it tonight after the event, and I'm gonna show you how tomorrow. But let's give it a try right now. You know, for God's sake. Okay, so let's open our info list. No, property list. As you can see, we added this key with this dictionary, you know, and it should work, but I don't know why is it not working. Because this app transport security settings dictionary should like, and this NSLO arbitrary loads set to yes should actually bypass the SSL problem. You know, it should kind of tell tell security like, hey, allow anyone any connection in. Don't take out the unsecure ones. But it's not doing what it's supposed to do. I wonder why. Let's check out if we wrote that down correctly. Yeah, take it out. Give me a second. Huh, yeah. Yep, it was that. I copied, it was poorly written, arbitrary. I don't know if you noticed the change. I copied this section from my kind of browser that I did before I did this one, you know, like the trial that I did before being with you guys, and it was definitely this arbitrary word. Actually, if we run it right now, it should definitely work. I'm a poor writer, guys. I'm sorry. Like, poor grammar writer, grammar Nazi. Not so cool at that. So, and we can go right away. Live value. .tv. And there we go. There we go. Yep. There we go. As you can see, it was that the arbitrary word was poorly written. I'm sorry about that, but that's really interesting, you know, because you can actually specify like, hey, jump all, like just let through everything, you know. But this, if you put this, as I was telling you before, if you put this stuff in your app and you try to publish it in the App Store, Apple won't allow it. So maybe in the enhanced tutorial, like in the next tutorial, not the next session, the next tutorial, maybe we can try and, you know, implement SSL security, like conformity or evaluations, for us to be able to handle them without necessarily using this be open to any connection kind of thing, because it's actually really dangerous. But you know, we're in a contained environment in our emulator, so it's okay. But Apple won't allow it in a real life application, so bear that in mind. So I guess we're over for today. This is really cool. Yeah, it is. We can actually go and, you know, use different stuff in the Live Edu site. But well, that's it for today, guys. I really hope you liked it. It was, you know, it was my first time working with a browser, so, you know, probably some dApps that you have, I also have them. It happens. So yep. I hope you liked it. If you have any question, any comment, you know, as I already said, please let me know. I'll sure try to figure it out if it's a question, and if it's a recommendation or something, I'll try to implement it. And Odin was the one who actually said it might be a good idea to make like an enhanced browser in another tutorial. If you like one, like if someone else besides Odin like one, please let me know so I can work on it, because, you know, it takes time and it's not like, you know, and it's done, because I also have other kind of responsibilities like work and everything. So please let me know if you would like something like that, and if you would like also some other topic to discuss. I'm open for suggestions. I guess Live Edu, that's what it wants, you know, like it wants you to learn. So any topic that you like, if I know it, I will try. I will do it like right away. If I don't, I will get into it and, you know, explain it to you guys. So thanks for hearing my probably annoying voice, and have a nice night. Okay, talk to you soon. Well, talk to you tomorrow actually. Bye bye. Peace out. Welcome back to this. I'm Alex. Welcome back to this how to make a simple iOS browser in Swift. Welcome to this session number 4. Yesterday we did a lot of code, and we implemented the functionalities for actual web browsing, like web rendering, site rendering, and URL processing, and other small subjects. So today it's gonna be like yesterday was like, I think, almost 3 hours. Today is gonna be about Realm, the database implementation. So we're gonna be using Realm to actually implement 2 data models, like the tab data model and the bookmark data model. And after we create these models, we're gonna do some we're gonna place some code in our canvas view controller, tabs table view controller, and bookmarks table view controller, and a couple of other files to start. We're gonna start to like lay out the foundation of of the implementation of Realm in our browser to enable tab and bookmark functionality. So with anything more to say, let's start. Let's dig deep into the code. I'm having some issues with the chat. I'm really like disconnecting and connecting. If anyone has like a question or something, just please put it in the chat section, and I'll try to answer it if I can, because it's really, I'm really getting so like disconnecting and connecting like a lot. So let's start. Give me a second here. Yep. So okay. So last time, you know, we did like the whole web rendering functionality, but we didn't. I missed something that's important, not about web rendering, but about like this toolbar buttons functionality, and I forgot to actually disable both buttons like by default, like in the main.storyboard. We should disable them by default, and then with the function that we did, that actually evaluates the back and forward navigation, and enables or disables our buttons accordingly. That function is going to take care of changing the state of the buttons, but the buttons should be by default disabled. Also, so that's it. You just like click this enabled checkbox and, you know, take it out. Yep. Also, well, so let's start. First of all, we will create our tab and bookmark model using Realm, and you will see that Realm actually lets you create these models as if they were like classes, like objects, you know, like classes that you can instantiate as objects, and that's why you can use your model representations really easily, and it supports quite a bit of data types, so so it's pretty useful. So let's start by creating our tab model. Let's go to File, New, File, and we're gonna select a Swift file in this case, Swift file, and we click Next, and we just make sure it's in the correct group, the simple iOS browser, which is this one, and that the target simple iOS browser is checked, and we will name this this file tab.swift. So we click on Create, and as you can see, it creates for us a clean file just with an import foundation statement. And the first thing that we have to do is actually, since this is a Realm model, we have to import, you know, Realm Swift, and that's that. After we have imported Realm Swift, we have everything Realm has to offer for us. So that's that. I'm getting a question here, so let me. What's WK WebView? Okay. Okay, they have a lot of questions. WK WebView for Wetrix. I don't know if you're listening to me. I hope you are. WK WebView is the class, well, the new class that iOS uses to actually render websites, to make like the URL requests and load some websites. So that's the class that we're using to make this render. like rendering, website rendering. Let me, it's really not working. I'm gonna reload my streams web page to see if the chat is fixed. I hope it is. No, it's not. Okay, that sucks. Okay, so back to, I hope I answered your question, Wetrix. So back to, okay, I'm not losing any frames. Okay, back to the code. So after we import Realm, we have everything Realm has to offer for us. So let's start and actually define this class tab, and it's gonna inherit from object, subclass object, and then we have in this case, since it's a tab, but we cannot actually store a WK WebView object, we will just store three attributes that are relevant to us, and that's going to be the URL, obviously, another attribute called the initial URL. That's the URL that was like issued by the search bar for like to make the request, and the URL is actually the URL that you got in response. Okay, and the title of the website. What's that? Okay. Okay, Wetrix. So let's start by that. Let's start by actually, since like I'm gonna use dynamic. This is a standard for Realm. So we have to place it. You know, we have to use it. It's like the way to declare your attributes or your variables in Realm. And this is gonna be just like a basic URL, like a string. Also the one that I told you about, the initial URL. And it's also gonna be a string. And here we go. I'm getting some problems here. Okay. And come on. Okay. And dynamic bar title, it's also a string, and that's it. I'm gonna build this, see if this Realm Swift problem goes away. Okay, Wetrix, you're asking, is there another option for dynamic? And that's a really good question. Since I've been using Realm for a while now, not in every like each and every solution that I like, each and every app that I do or I work on, but since the first time that I used it, they actually tell you, like in the documentation, they tell you to use dynamic. So I think there's not like you cannot use like other options for defining your attributes, but if there is any, you can actually, like, everything's really well explained in the realm.io website in the documentation for Swift. So you can like dig deeper there if you want, but the dynamic declaration just like works out of the box. I actually never wonder like why they have to use that, but you know, that's a really good question. No, it's not that strange. It's not detecting the realm Swift module. I don't know why. Yeah. Give me a moment. That's strange. Oh, so now I don't have it? I opened the correct file, right? That's strange. That doesn't work. It should be detecting the realm module, because we have the pods here, and here we have the realm Swift module with everything. So I don't know what the problem could be. Strange. That's strange. Okay, let it compile and then we'll check it. In the meantime, and it's here. That's strange. Well, that's really strange, but I guess we can actually add it from here. I'm gonna try that because, it should be working, but we can add it anyway. Okay. And they appear to be like not even strange. Yeah, same problem. Same problem. That's strange. Well, for us to not be stopped by this, I'm gonna continue like the code, and I'll solve that later. Just bear with me that we have to find out why it is not like kind of detecting the Realm Swift module. Anyway, so sorry for that, guys. Obviously. So anyway, yeah, we have the URL, the initial URL, the title, and just for debugging purposes, we're gonna create a tab description, and this description will actually tell us, Wetrix, I think this responds to your answer. I'm not using the dynamic bar definition for this one because this one, well, we define it this way. This one is not gonna get permeated to the database. Like this tab description attribute, it's not gonna get stored in the tab table, in our realm file. So I'm guessing, we should actually check it out, but I'm guessing like the dynamic tag actually like makes that, like it differentiates that. But this tab description attribute is just for us to actually, we can when we want to know which tabs or which bookmarks, because bookmark is also going to have it, which tabs or bookmarks have like which ones are in the database, like in the Realm database, or we could just call it Realm. This attribute is gonna like print for us the whole description of each and every tab and each and every bookmark. So it's just like a help mechanism for debugging purposes. Obviously, there are plugins for Xcode for Realm, and there are also like apps for Realm in the App Store. And this one, for you to be able to see what the database, like the Realm, has at a specific time. But I always use this kind of like small techniques to do it. So we just make a URL description variable, and it's gonna be URL, and then we just include our URL variable and a new line also for the initial URL description. It's gonna be initial URL, also our initial URL, and new line, and last but not least, title description, then title, title, and new line. And then we just return tab information, and it's going to be the same new line, this one, this one, this one, and at last new line. And this is going to have the URL description, this is going to have the initial URL description, and this one is going to have the title description. Then, sorry. So that way, when we query this attribute, it's gonna, you know, these are just for like easiness, you know, for this thing not to be monstrous, and it's more maintainable. But these are like, this just like, it sets these strings with the URL, the initial URL, and the title with this format, and then we just include these strings in this tab information string, and we'll get this information every time we use this tab description. And so that's it, you know, for our tab model. So let's create our next model, and that next model is going to be the bookmark model. So bookmark, and we create it, and we're going to assume Realm Swift works. I know it sucks, but you know, we have to advance our code, and then we'll check why it doesn't identify this module. And we use a class bookmark object, same things, dynamic bar for permeability, I guess, string, and the same. In the case of our bookmark, we only need these two attributes, like the URL of the site and the title of the site. So when we click on a bookmark in our app, and it'll get this information from the object, and it'll load like it'll load a new WebView like, you know, rendering with this URL and this title. And in this case, we're gonna do something different, because the bookmark, like, you can you know, wait, another question. For what are you using Realm? We're using Realm to actually store our bookmarks and our tabs metrics. Like, Realm is I don't know if you know what Realm is, but Realm is like an alternate solution for a local database for apps for mobile. You can use it in iOS, in Android, and in other projects. And in this case, we're using Realm to store the bookmarks that the user has saved and the tabs of your last session. So if you go out, like if you close your app, the tabs that you created are still going to be there, and the bookmarks that you created, like the user created, are also going to be there. And believe me, this problem, you know, it's not a usual one, but Realm is a really, like, it's better than using core data, at least for me. In the case of iOS, I prefer Realm than core data. You can implement this browser with core data if you want, but Realm is, I think, better in like many aspects. So as I was saying, we have like bookmarks. In this case, we will assume that they cannot repeat. If you save a bookmark, for example, for google.com, and then you try to save the same bookmark, you know, with the same URL, it'll just like, it'll check if that bookmark already exists, and if it does exist, it will not create a new one. You know, it will, you know, just update the current one, update the title, because, you know, maybe the site that you were bookmarking changed the title of the site, so it'll just update the title, but the URL, it's the same. So in that case, our URL will be our primary key for this model. So we're gonna use this declaration primary key to actually state to realm that our URL is in fact our primary key for that scenario. So we can actually check if this URL is already bookmarked, and if it is, we're not gonna duplicate registries. And last but not least, the same thing that we did with the tab. We got a bookmark description just for debugging purposes. And it's gonna have the same URL. Actually, we can just copy it from tab. It's actually the same stuff, just without an attribute. So copy it. We take out this initial description. We just have the URL description, the title description, and we change this to bookmark information, and we take this out also. And that's that. That's the whole thing that we have to do. We already have our attributes, our primary key, and our debugging tool for checking what's actually stored in our database. Okay, so next thing that we have to do is actually go to the canvas and do some coding in the canvas view controller, so we can actually use Realm and lay down the kind of the foundation for our Realm structures and Realm implementation in the canvas. So let's go there. Same thing. I know it sucks, but Realm Swift. If anyone detects why it is not like catching on to the module, please do tell me, because I have encountered this problem before, but I don't remember like what was the issue. So if anyone knows, please let me know, so we can move on with the tutorial. The first thing that we have to do in the canvas is actually I kind of designed this on purpose, but you can change the design if you want. When we move to the bookmark table view controller, we have to have a collection of bookmarks so we can display them as the cells of the table view controller, obviously. But I don't think it's like efficient, or like good to actually query each and every time the Realm file for the bookmarks each and every time we enter the table view controller. So what I had in mind is like, why not we preload and update a bookmark list and a tab list within the canvas view controller, and then we just pass on these lists, these collections that are in the canvas. We pass them on to the tab table view controller and to the bookmark table view controller when we need to. But we just have to query the Realm file once, and once again every once in a while when we add bookmarks or we add tabs, but it's not like each and every time we access the table view controllers. And I think Wetrix asked it, yeah. For what? Okay. Is it Wetrix is asking, is it possible to make each new window of a browser to be separate from other? Is it possible to make, okay, like logging in onto to Facebook with two different accounts? Yeah, you sure can do it. What I think you're asking is each window Each tab, you mean, I guess? Yeah, you can, well, I think you're like, I understood that from your question. And what you're asking is is there a way to actually like not have a canvas, but have like a web view for each and every tab? I guess that's what you're asking. And you sure can. Obviously, you will have to do everything with code. Like you like probably won't even touch like, or a little bit, but like just like scrap the main storyboard, but you won't use like this kind of segas and this kind of arrangement. You will have like each and every view controller on its own, and then maybe have a main view controller, and from there you can be like instantiating different view controllers on demand. You sure can do it. I opted to do this, for simplicity, I guess. It was like my, like the best idea that popped into my mind. But yeah, you can rearrange everything so you can have like multiple view controllers appear on demand and use them as the way you want. You sure can do it, but it's like a completely different design and different arrangement of your solution. So yeah. But yeah, so that's why I opted to do this. We're gonna create the bookmarks collection. It's gonna have a bookmark. Yep. And a tabs collection also. And this is also up to you. I'm doing it this way for like tutorial purposes, but you can change it if you want. What I'm doing is, as I told you, I'm having here in the canvas a bookmark collection, a tab collection, and a WebView collection. Because I cannot store, WK WebView objects in Realm. I can only store like, specific data types, and this is not one of them. So in this case, I opted to have like this one, and between this collection and this collection, there's a one-to-one relationship. There's one tab for each one WebView, and I also opted to do this because you have to have one WebView for each tab, and not like one WebView for every tab, because each and every WebView has its own like history of like browsing history, like navigational history. So you have to kind of respect each and every tab by its own. So as Wetrick said, this is the way that I'm doing to have like separate tabs, but you can also have like separate view controllers for each and every tab. It can happen if you like. You can design it that way. I opted for this one, and also you maybe can have like these two kind of classes bundled together in their own class, like a tab class, like a father tab class that will contain a Realm tab model and a WK WebView class, like an object, and you will have like just a collection of them. Also, you can do it that way if you want. I will do it separately, but it's up to you. I give you I hope you have like the liberty to experiment and do stuff on your own, also like kind of increment what we do here in the tutorial. Just like don't follow through the tutorial like a robot. Just try to like learn and then branch yourself away and do like your own solution or enhancement. That remember that practice makes perfect, so it's always good to do that. But well, back to to this, after we declare these collections, I'm gonna do in my configuration function section. I'm gonna create two more functions. They're not gonna be called configure like the last ones. You know, I know like standard break. It's not a good thing, but it doesn't sound like correct to place like configure bookmarks. You know, it's more like load bookmarks. And this function and the next one are the ones that are the ones in charge of actually loading like this these bookmark and tab collections with the ones that are stored in the realm. And another real maybe some recommendation when you make queries or writes to your realm, you always have to use this statement to actually get the database object, the realm object, and it's gonna appear as a mistake because we were not using realm. But this kind of query, you know, this statement that gets like that delivers to you the realm object, you can you know can do it only once by thread. You know, right now we're making like we're working everything in the main thread, like in the like this like the master thread. But it's maybe good practice. Well, actually, it's not maybe. It's good practice to actually load this realm object just once and then like use it all around your code. I'm not doing it because I'm kind of lazy about it, but it's really good practice to kind of take this out, put it in another function, maybe load it in this build load function, and then use it all around. But I'm just gonna go straight for it. And so yeah, I'm gonna query our realm database for objects of bookmark type, and it'll return a results collection, and then we're just gonna loop to the whole collection, and we're gonna add it to our, well, actually I can do just bookmarks dot append. We're gonna add it to our bookmark collection, and we're gonna do the same for for this load tab function. Same thing, same results, different objects, sorry, that's self. And then for tab in tabs, no, sorry, in for results, sorry, in results, we just do the same tabs dot append result. That's that. So that actually makes the loading request to our database, and we have everything there. Obviously, we have to add these load bookmarks and load tabs in our build load. We have to query them, So load bookmarks and load tabs, and that's that for loading our bookmarks and tabs. For now, obviously, we later we have to do something else to create or like to populate our WebViews collection, but that's gonna be tomorrow. That's not gonna be today. And then last of the canvas implementation for now is you see this one here, this I'm gonna take it out, this prepare for Sega function. Well, this one takes care, like it activates when the storyboard based application, obviously that's the one that we're using. For example, if we click this tabs button, since it's linked to this Sega, to this one, that specific function, the prepare for Sega function, will trigger, and we need to do some stuff in there. And I don't know if you remember that I told you that it's a good practice to set a Sega identifier. In this case, it's tabs, and I think we don't, yeah, bookmarks. So these identifiers, we're gonna use them to actually identify, like, to which table view controller are we moving from this one, so we can do like different stuff for different Segas. And that's actually like, like the mission or the objective of that specific function, and that specific and this specific Sega's identifiers. So we go back to Canvas, and someone asked the question. Okay, so what tricks is asking, and let me check my OBS because I think we're okay. I'm not losing any frames. Okay, so someone asked like Wetrix actually asked, I wanted to ask, why are browsers RAM dependent? Well, browsers are RAM dependent. I guess that's my answer. Because I'm not an expert in browsers. Actually, I don't know if you were here today, but this is my first time working with a browser. But I guess browsers are, well, in this specific case, we're gonna have everything, like all our web views, and our tabs in memory. Everything else, like everything that we have to store, it's gonna be in the realm, and that's like secondary memory. That's like the disk. But we have to have everything in RAM in this case for UX. Like we have, like, if a user changes it from a tab to another tab, we have to give it to him in the fastest way possible. And since we have, like, in iOS, for example, in my iPhone, I have like 2 gigabytes of RAM, and it's not like a lot, but it's a lot for the iPhone. Like, it works a lot. It works very good for the iPhone, at least. So in this case, it's okay. We have everything in the RAM because of the UX. Obviously, you could have, for example, if you want to change a tab, you could like have everything stored in a database, like in the disk, and just query everything from the disk and like bring it up to RAM and then display it to the user. But sometimes that it's like worse, because you still need to have a process to take it out from the disk and display it to the user. And browsers take like they take advantage of the memory they have in RAM, like usually a lot of space, to have their tabs like all loaded up immediately. Obviously, in our case, in our browser, I know in this browser specifically, when you close the app, like the browser, every tab and every bookmark is going to be saved in the realm file in the database. And when you open the app again and this beauty load function executes, we're gonna bring everything to RAM, everything to primary memory. But everything's gonna be stored, always. And when you bring everything to like primary memory to RAM, the first time, obviously, like imagine you have like, I don't know, 10 tabs, and then you close the app, and then you open it again from like zero, from scratch. Obviously the app delegate is gonna execute, whatever it has to do. Actually, we have to place some code here, obviously, but that's gonna come later. And each and every tab is gonna be, it's not gonna be loaded, So we will have to use this load website function that we have every time we access an unloaded tab that's just come from RAM, like from the Realm database. But the deal here is for us to have a WebView collection, so when we change tab, we don't have to reload that specific website. We just place it in the canvas in the current WebView. That's why we have a current WebView that's inside the canvas view, and it's already displayed. We don't have to actually reload everything every time we change tab, because if that's the case, then it's not really useful at all. But sorry for the whole explanation. I'm gonna go back to this one, to the prepare for Sege, and in here I'm gonna take this out. But since our app is storyboard based, this is of use to us, because it in here we can check which one of the Seges it's gonna get like executed, and that will tell us what we have to do to enable like the correct functionality. So the first thing that we have to do is actually check with the Sege argument. It has an identifier, so that that identifier is the one that we filled up in the main storyboard. And in this case, we're gonna check if it's tabs. Since we just have two Seges, if it's not tabs, it's bookmarks, so we don't have to check again. And if it's tabs, we have to pass this tab collection. We have to pass it on to the tab table view controller. So the way to do that is actually to instantiate a view controller right here. That like literally the view controller that's gonna be instantiated by the app. So this view controller in code, it's gonna be tabs view controller, and we take it out from sege.destination. Yep, and we just cast it to tabs table view controller, and we do the same for this for the bookmarks view controller, and we have like the same thing, sege.destination as bookmarks table view controller. And now, give me a second, guys. It was good. Okay, thanks, Wetrix. Yeah, so this is like, I see that you got the design. As I already told everyone, if you have any recommendation, we can change, or you can change, like you can enhance it on your own if you want, or we can do it here. But yeah, so this is like the main design, and as I'm telling you, this will have like the view controller, like the tabs view controller, and this will have the bookmarks view controller. And so we need to pass our collections of tabs and bookmarks to these specific view controllers that are going to get instantiated. So what we have to do is actually go to the bookmarks table view controller, here, and we have to do the same. We have to create this collection. So we're going for it, bookmark, and that's it. We obviously have to import Realm Swift, although it doesn't work, but we have to do it. And we will have only one section, and like in this number of sections met function, we will specify that's just one, our bookmarks, and how many rows in the section, it's gonna be the bookmarks dot count. Later on, we will implement this one to actually get the bookmarks from the collection and instantiate cells accordingly with this bookmark table view cell and tab table view cell. But that's gonna happen in the next session. Right now, it's just filling this up and doing the same for our tabs table view controller. We have to import Realm Swift, and then we do a bar tabs. Give me a second. Just let's check something out because I have a standard for name. Yeah. Okay. So bar tabs and same deal, tab. And here we do a tabs.count. That's basically it. So we're done. We have our collections here, and we have like the number of sections and the number of cells or rows in the section. And we go back to Canvas, and here we can actually use this reference, this tabs table view controller, and pass on the tabs collection, and same thing for our bookmark collection. So bookmarks view controller dot bookmarks equals to self dot bookmarks, and that's it for right now. We will use a specific design. I don't know if it's a design pattern, but it's a way of doing things here in Swift and in many other programming languages. In this case, we will, like, for interactivity between Canvas view controller and tabs view controller and bookmarks view controller, we will use this function to pass on the information, and when it comes back, we will use protocols that are going to be declared in the tabs table view controller and the bookmarks table view controller, and the delegate for both, it's going to be the Canvas view controller. So when we add, for example, when we add, I'm going to change to the main storyboard. When we add some cell, like some tab with this button, we will execute some specific function. We will execute some specific function that's going to be part of the protocol that's defined here, or will be defined here, and that function will be implemented by the Canvas, this view controller, and it will do everything. It will create the new tab, store it in the collections and in the realm, you know, and instantiate or like show the new tab on the canvas, you know, on the search bar on this canvas, and that will happen like equally on the bookmark. When we go to the bookmark, we will pass on the bookmark collection, and when you click one bookmark in here, it will tell its delegate, so this one, like, hey, load me up with this bookmark. So we will pass on the information of the bookmark to this one, and this will actually load in the current tab. It will load that that specific bookmark. So that's how it's going to work. Although that those parts of the code, we're going to do it next session, but just like like a heads up for what's coming. So now the next step in this session is actually we already created the tab and bookmark models. We added the code that we needed to add to the canvas. And we already modified the table view controllers of bookmark and tab. So the next thing is actually to create. We're actually in the last steps of the session. We have to create a new file, a new specific file that's gonna help us. Well, okay, I think I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. So before I like jump into the code, I'm gonna explain why we're gonna do the next few steps. And it was my design decision, you know, as always, but you can change it if you want. What I was thinking was browsers always have a default tab, you know, like when you open Safari or Chrome or Firefox or whatever, and you don't have any tabs stored. It always opens up with a clean tab, with a clean slate, with just a single tab that has nothing loaded, on which you can start rendering websites, right? So I thought to myself, like, okay, why not we do the same in this browser? So for us to be able to achieve that, we have to actually, we have to actually check if there are any tabs stored in the realm, and if there aren't, we have to create a default tab. And so that's the case. That's what we have to do in order to create this default tab. And I thought, like, why don't we create this utility file that's gonna be named population functions.swift. You know, it's my name, but you can change it also. Population functions, and we create it. And so we have a clean slate, like a clean file, a clean slate, and I think in here we can place every single function realm related that we want to use to populate our realm. You know, it's like a utility file. So we have to obviously. I don't know if you agree with me, guys. If you don't, or you want to change something, we can do it. Obviously, I think that's the best kind of way to proceed, to have a specific set of functions in a specific file for us to use whenever we want. So I'm going to create two functions, and the first one is is the function to check if there's any tab in the realm. So I'm gonna name it is realm populated with default tab. I know it's a very long name and very like maybe uncomfortable, but you know I love descriptive names. That's why I use it. And we do the same. Let realm, you know, try realm if realm dot objects, you know, tab dot self. So if I get the collection of tab objects and then I check if it has any within, and if it doesn't have, you know, if it has, you know, if it's greater than 0, we return true. If it doesn't, you know, we just return false. Actually, this else statement is, you know, we don't need it. It's like just like, you know, come on, return false. So so yeah, if we take out the realm object and then we check if there are any tabs created in the realm, and if there are, you know, we check out true. So there are, you know, like if there are, the default tab is there. It should be there. So it's true. If it's not, you know, it's false. And the next one is actually the one that takes care of creating this default tab if we don't have it. So populate realm with default tab, and we do the same realm, you know. Actually, like I was saying before, this statement, you can maybe place it in the app delegate. That's like the base of the whole app, where you can place it in the app delegate and then kind of query the app delegate each time that you want to use this one, like this realm object, like a singleton, you know, like a singleton. You create a singleton in the app delegate for this realm object, and then use it all around your app, not just like all around one class. But that's just, you know, a quick note. And then we create a default tab. It's gonna be tab, and we can create these tabs as dictionaries. Wetrix, no. There's not really a reason why is it called population function. Like, well, there is, but it sounds more generic than anything. It could be called like, you know, add functions or realm functions, for example. You can call it whatever you want. I'm calling it population functions because they are like population oriented functions. Like, you want to populate the realm with specific default objects, but you're like free to use whatever name, whichever name you like or you feel like okay with that name. But that's why I'm using it, you know, to populate the realm. And so yeah, we're gonna create this new object, this new default tab with the dictionary. So we just need, like, you know, the first one, it's gonna be a string. Well, actually, the three of them are strings, but string, you know, and string. And this first one, it's gonna be called the URL because we're referencing our URL attribute. The second one is the initial URL. And the third one, it's actually the title. And I have prepared for you. I'm gonna use the live edu website for this default tab. So whenever we open up our browser and we don't have any tabs, we will be sure to have this default tab, and it's gonna be loaded with the live edu.tv website. And we place the same in here. And I checked, last time I checked the live edu title, it was this one, you know, watch premium live projects, live edu.tv. So that's gonna be it. And at last, whenever you want to actually permeate or pass on, like actually write or perform a transaction that's more formal, whenever you want to perform a transaction, you know, a write transaction in this case on our realm file on the database, you have to do it within a transaction block or closure. So the way to specify this transaction block is this one. You actually say like try realm.write, and in here you place your the code for adding your objects. In this case, we're just gonna add our default tab, and so we do like exactly that, you know, realm.add default tab, and that's that, you know. And so yeah, we're done with this file for now. Wetrix, this is why it's called population script, well, population functions, because they are population oriented. This function actually takes care of including our default tab to our realm file, you know. It does it, you know, it adds this object to the realm. And as you can see, realm is super cool because you create like classes that you can instantiate. For example, in here, I'm creating a default tab object, you know, a tab object, and giving it its attributes, and I can like create this object, you know, and use it in whichever way, sorry. And it's not gonna do anything on the database until I do this write transaction. You know, if I don't do this part, this object is never gonna get to the database. You know, so that's for example one specific cool thing about Realm, that you can use its models as regular objects, and if you want to permeate them to the database, you can, but you don't have to. So it gives you like flexibility of function. And well, we're over with this one, and this file is gonna help us with the app delegate. And here's why. Just let me. Here's why. You see this function here, this did finish launching with options function. Well, we can add some custom code to do some kind of validations to check, to actually check or perform some things before our app does something, you know. So like this is the first thing that responds to the app launch. So we're gonna, as I said, we're gonna use this function to add, like to aggregate or append our default tab if we don't have it, you know. So I'm gonna place is realm populated with default tab, and if it's not, you know, that's why this symbol exclamation mark, I think that's the name. If it's not, we're gonna populate it, you know, populate realm with default tab? If it is, and this is just also for debugging, if it is, we're gonna print out our tabs. So let tabs equals realm.objects. Sorry, we're missing our import statement for it to work. And realm, okay, objects, and then tab.self, and for tab in tabs, we print out the tab dot, and here is why we added the tab description. I don't know why is it not appearing, but the tab description attribute, you know, when we get the realm file, we get the whole list of the collection of tabs, and then for each tab we print our tab description. So it'll print in console everything from, like, every information for each and every tab, and it's just for debugging. It's like just like checking out what's currently in your realm database. That's just why. And yeah, that's it for the app delegate, modify app delegate. So I think we're over with everything. We modified our app delegate to check if we have the default tab, and if it has a default tab, if it has tabs, it's gonna print out every single one of them, including the default one, which you certainly can change later, you know, like the user, I mean. We still have this view controller that I don't know why we didn't delete, but we had to. We created our population functions for like for us to, like, just for like kind of taking every realm population functionality inside a file, but we use this to check for the default tab. Later on we will, like, you know, we will probably put more code in here that's going to be useful for us, but for now that's it. We have our tab model with this 3 attributes and the tab description that I told you about. We have the same for the bookmark. We have our bookmarks collection in here, and this is already filled up. Same with this one. And for our canvas, we have everything that we need now. So we have our collections that we need. We created these functions for getting everything, every bookmark and every tab up and running from the database. And we kind of enhanced or customized our prepare for Sega function here. So I think that's it for today. Feel for yeah, that's yeah, that's it for today, guys. I'm just gonna check real quick why is the realm thing, like the realm module, not getting checked out, but it's a real pain in the ass. I don't know why. Let's build our solution. Okay. So yesterday, just real quick, while the compiler works, yesterday one of my viewers, Odin, I think it was the username, told me like will you include like incognito browsing style for the browser, and I told him like it's not inside the scope of the tutorial, but I mean we can add it if you want, like in a post, in a subsequent tutorial. So if any of you guys want to have like an enhanced browser, obviously I always encourage you to try to like enhance it by yourself. For example, yesterday I told you guys, if you can add a progress bar, like if you can implement a progress bar for the app, it's awesome, just and you can fork the repository in GitHub and do a pull request, and we can include it in the final result if you like. It's always good to kind of practice like going over the limit, or like giving that little extra. So that's an option. But if you want like more functionality or like other stuff, we can do like a post tutorial, and we can do everything of those enhanced stuff in that like subsequent tutorial. Just like tell me, what do you want to have included? Yeah, Wetrix, you're right. It doesn't save anything actually. You just have to have like a kind of an incognito. It's not working. You have to have an incognito tab, but if you have like if you have noticed when you use incognito in the regular browsers like Chrome or Safari, it opens up like another kind of view, another window, and so we will have to make like design decisions, like will we have like different tabs like in the same kind of app layout? We can have like incognito tabs and normal tabs, or should we actually take the user to another window where everything is incognito? So those kind of questions are like, those kind of questions pop out when you try to accommodate like incognito or other features. But it's a really good like idea. And by the way, it didn't recognize the Swift, the Realm Swift, not just yet. Yeah, but that's strange. Okay, give me a second. It's still, yeah. Okay. What was it? Okay, yeah. Tab. So I'm gonna try and check. It does recognize the Realm module, but super weird. That's strange. I'm going to check the pod file because we did the installation for iOS 11. That's the deployment target, you know, and and we're using Swift, and this is the pod, like the Realm Swift pod, pods for simple iOS browser. Sorry, it's really strange. No. It's strange, guys. Let's see if it, you know, it's not supposed to compile. You know, we tried that before, but you know, it's strange that it's not really like, because you remember like last time it didn't detect the Realm Swift module, and now it's detecting them, but it's telling me like you have to use an Objective-C kind of bridge for these ones, but it shouldn't do that. It shouldn't do that at all. So it's really strange. In the meantime, let's all go with the train. I mean, it's taking a lot of time to compile. Always, you know. I hate that. But I guess that's just how it works. No, it's not. It's not making the cut. Okay. That's really strange. That's really strange because this, you know, we have everything set up, but I'm going to show you just for you to see how it works. I'm going to show you in the kind of the base project that I have for this tutorial. I'm going to show you how it works, how it, you know, how you can see it, and I promise I will work on the week with this problem to solve like why is it not working as it should be. But anyway, here's the real deal. This is the base project for like the tutorial, and these are our emulator. So we run it. Well, I first have to uninstall our apps because that'll erase every record. Like that'll erase our Realm file. That's it. And then we just run. And there we go. So as you can see, it does the same as as last time. You know, every like information, and now it tells us, because it detects that we're using Realm, like, hey, version 2.10.2 of Realm is now available, and you can get it from here. You know, I'm not gonna get it, but we have the same configuration. You know, in here we use the same is Realm populated with the same populate function, like the same thing. So now, if since this is the first time that I installed the app here, you know, again, it should have populated my Realm with the default tab, and if we run it again, you'll see that we will get the description that we wanted to. And here we go. As you can see here, we have the description, you know. So since it detected that we already have like the default tab, it went and it printed out all the tabs that we have in our Realm, and the only one that we have is the one that we created, the live edu one, you know. Like the URL is live edu, the initial URL is live edu, and the title is the one that we created. So this is the way that it should work, you know. And it does work like this, like everything that we did in this one does the same thing, you know. But I will check out in the week why is Realm not responding as it should. I just wanted to show you that this is how it works. This is how it stores the information, and then we can check out the information. And the browser is the same, you know. The browser is like the same that we used in the past tutorial. You know, apple.com and everything, you know. So that's it, guys, for today. I hope it was useful. I promise I will fix that Realm problem in our own project, you know, and I will upload everything to GitHub so you can have it. Remember, if any of you have ideas for an enhanced browser that we could do later on, just tell me. And have a nice it's not night, but have a nice afternoon. See you next Saturday. Take care. Hi guys, welcome to the 5th session of how to make a simple web browser, iOS web browser in Swift. My name is Alex again. Sorry for the delay in like starting the stream. I was finishing some thing that I had to do, so sorry for that. Last session we did some Realm work. We created the tab and the bookmark models, and we also implemented some code to populate the Realm database with a default tab, and we did some other code, like some other functionality code that we needed to do to work with bookmarks and tabs. And this session number 5, is a follow-up of the last session. In this session, we're gonna actually implement the code to add and use both tabs and bookmarks. We're gonna be linking the cell. Wait. Okay. We're gonna be linking the cell the UI cells in the table view controllers, both in the tab table view controller and in the bookmark table view controller, and we're gonna be linking those like the title and subtitle of each cell to their corresponding classes. And so when we finish, we will have a fully functional, simple iOS browser. Also, I noticed that in the project description, I said that this session was only to add and use bookmarks and tabs. So it's kind of silly to add bookmarks and tabs and not be able to delete them. So I'm gonna do a really fast, really quick session tomorrow to show you how you can delete those tabs and bookmarks that you created, so the user can actually delete everything, or like clean up their tab and bookmark kind of panels. So let's start with this last session. Well, in this case, almost last session. I hope you all like it, and it's been fun and educational so far. If you have any doubt or any complaint or something, just let me know, and I'll respond in accordance. So let's start. Hi, Anita. Okay, give me just a sec here. So, well, I don't know if you remember the setup that we have here. We had our search bar. Oh well, okay. Sorry for that. Actually, before that, I almost forgot. Last session, we had some trouble with Realm. Because in here, in the tab model class, and also in the bookmark one, we had some errors in this dynamic tag, and I did some research, and apparently it was because our project was using Swift 4. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it was using Swift 4. So and apparently Swift 4 kind of forces when you use the dynamic tag, it forces you to use the add Objective C tag before it. So it's like a Swift 4 kind of situation. And since Swift 4 is like really new, I opted to go back to Swift 3.2. So you can change it back to Swift 3.2, and it should work. You click this simple iOS browser bundle, like the kind of the project settings, and obviously you have the target, and it's the simple iOS browser, and you go to the build settings here, and you look for the Swift compiler language, and under this section you can actually set the Swift language version, and I selected Swift 3.2. You can use Swift 4, but it's really new, and I haven't really gotten into it, like into the differences. So I opted to use like 3.2, and the way it used to be with Realm. So if you select this Swift 3.2 compiler option, you should have no problem with this dynamic tag. Okay, so you do that, and after you have done it, after you have actually change it back to Swift 3.2, you can compile, and it shouldn't be any problem whatsoever. Now, we actually, we have connected. We have connected each and every single UI element to their respective classes. No, Anita, there's not much difference like in the versions, but in this specific case, it does change. Like you can use Swift 4 if you want, and just put the Objective C tag in here if you want. I'm gonna use Swift 3.2 because I haven't really gotten into the fourth edition, like really dig deep, so I don't really know like if there's like a lot of difference or just like some deprecated methods, functions, or something. I don't know, so I won't risk it. But if you already have like worked with Swift 4 since it got out, you can use it if you want. It depends on you mostly, but I recommend that you go safe and go with Swift 3.2. Actually, we have the warning, like the conversion to Swift 4 is available because it is, but if you change it, it'll jump out the error in the warning. Well, it was an error in the tab.swift file. But anyway, you can use whatever you like. Don't worry about it. Just if you use Swift 4, you'll have to conform to the new kind of way of doing things, like any changes, And I won't be covering that in the tutorial, so it's up to you. I'm gonna. So we have to we will link every single UI element to their respective classes, the search bar, the buttons. We created the segs for the buttons also. We did everything except we didn't link these attributes. And if I remember correctly, we can actually access, since the type of cell is subtitle, I think we can access like the title and subtitle attributes directly without having to link anything, but just for good practice and kind of transparency, I'm gonna link these attributes to their respective classes. So let's do that. We're gonna start with the tab cell, and we have to select it here from manual. Manual, simple iOS browser, and then tab table view cell. So here it is, and we select the title, control, drag, and here we go. It's gonna be an outlet. It's gonna be a UI label, and I'm gonna name it title because it's gonna be the title of the tab. And that's it. We do the same with this one, subtitle. But this one is gonna be the URL. So we have title, we have URL, and they're both linked to our UI labels in the main.storyboard. So that's that for this cell. We now do the same for this one, manual, simple iOS browser. This directory, and then bookmarks table. This one. And we do the same. We select the title, control, drag, and this one is Give me a second. This one is gonna have like literally the same kind of information as this one, you know, like in this tab you're gonna have the title of the website and the URL of the website, and then here you will have the same info, but you know, that's just like my basic simple design. You can change it also. You can have like, I don't know, just a title or an icon if you want. So you can also put it like, you know, place it in there if you want, but it all depends on how you, like how much of UX UI guy or girl like you are, you know. For me, like I'm gonna leave it simple and straightforward, but you can change it if you want, if you desire. Okay, so same thing here, title, we connect it, and also the URL. Yep. So that's that. We are finished with our sale link system. You know, like we finished with the sales. Now I'm gonna go and we have to place some code in the table view controllers to actually present these cells, like populate the table view with the cells like properly. So let's go and actually do that. We go to the, where is it? This one. Okay. And as you remembered, we have our bookmark collection in here, and we have one section and the count of the collection as our number of rows in the section. And what we have to do is actually configure this method, the cell for row at index path. This is the one that's gonna take care of actually configuring our cells, like each and every one of our cells, and placing them in our table view. So let's begin with that one, and we're gonna place some basic code. As you can see in here, we're actually instantiating the queue reusable cell, and we have to change the identifier of that cell in order to instantiate our prototype, so like our cell prototype. So if I remember correctly, we named it bookmark. I think we did. Let us check. Yeah, it's bookmark. So sorry. So we go back, and that's how we're gonna identify our, like the cell that we want to instantiate. And next thing is we have to actually force cast our the cell for it to be specifically a bookmark table view cell. And after we've done this, we have to actually create a bookmark object, and this is gonna receive the object that's residing in the collection. So this way we actually take out like the corresponding bookmark object that's in the collection for each and every cell, and after we got it, we just configure our cell. So we're gonna place the title, and the title is gonna be bookmark title, obviously, and the URL is gonna be the same, you know, like literally URL. And that's that. We we finished. We instantiated a cell, a bookmark cell of this specific class, and then we take out the corresponding object from the bookmarks list, well, collection. We take out the corresponding object, like the bookmark object, and then we just configure the cell's attributes, the title and the URL, and we like return the cell for it to be placed within the table view, and we actually need like another, like we actually need to enable other functionality in this bookmark table view controller for us to be able to actually select and use the bookmarks. But for now, it's well, actually, I think we can place it now, and there shouldn't be any like it's not gonna be a problem. But I don't think we're getting ahead of ourselves. But let's place it right now. It's okay. So for like this thing actually like populates our table view, but we have to have another function to select and use the bookmarks when the user taps on them. So we have to override. What the fuck? We have to override another function, and this function is the table view did select row at this one. Okay, someone's asking something. How does the browser app handle optimization? How does the browser app handle optimization? I don't really like optimization in terms of what? Of storage, of like processes, of like which kind of optimization? Performance. Okay, I'm actually like displaying web pages. Okay, it actually yeah, it actually, like, as you'll see later, when we start like coding the rest of the functionality, when you create tabs, like the whole list of tabs and the whole list of bookmarks, they're actually residing on memory, like on main memory. In a couple of collections in the canvas view controller. When you like shut down the app or like terminate the app, every like all the tab information and all the bookmark information is stored in the Realm database. But when you open up the app again, it actually brings everything back into main memory. But it's a lazy, how can I say that? It's like it renders or it loads lazily, like it brings every tab, for example, every tab it brings back to main memory, but it doesn't render anything until you select the desired app. So like until the user actually selects the tab, it won't render anything, before. So it's kind of a lazy website renderer, like just to keep it a little bit more optimized. But I don't know if I answered, your question there. I hope I did. But you'll see like what I mean a little bit later when we start actually to implement those parts of the code. Bear with me. So yeah, we this part. So so this function is actually gonna it's gonna get triggered when the a specific bookmark, in this case a cell, gets tapped on. So we actually have to, I don't think we have our delegate. Oh yeah. So I missed something, like we have to do something before here. And actually it's because it's because of this this function. So we're gonna declare what's known as a delegate. And although we're not gonna be working with protocols, like specifically protocols, I'm still gonna name it like delegate, because this delegate, it's gonna perform certain functionality, like upon tap events, you know, like when a cell is selected, this delegate's gonna execute some well, actually one specific function. And so that's why I'm naming it delegate, but you can name it like another thing, you know. You can name it like, I don't know, like Katie or something, whatever you want, you know. It doesn't have to be delegate, but I'm gonna name it delegate because of the concept. And it's gonna be a canvas view controller. So you know, this this object is like from this class, and it'll execute some functions. And last but not least, we have to do some, we have to like execute something here. And after we execute that something, we're gonna tell our navigation controller, if there is any, but there will be, we're gonna tell it to pop itself, you know, pop the view controller. So after we tell the delegate to actually perform the thing that we wanted to do, we're gonna pop this this table view controller and go back to the canvas. So in fact, what we're doing here is actually like, hey canvas, please load the bookmark that we just selected, and then after you have loaded it, just like pop this view controller, so we can go back and actually see the rendered website. And that's what we have to do here. We're gonna do the same in the tabs table view controller. We have to actually make this delegate also. Canvas. Oh wait, sorry, it's not that. Canvas. Yep. And there's something else that we have to put in here, and this something else is actually, since we're gonna be handling like several tabs, you know, that's the whole point of it. We should actually have like an index, or like a reference to, like, for us to know like which tab is selected in that specific, you know, moment. So I'm gonna create this selected tab int, and it's gonna be like our index to like for knowing which tab is, you know, like currently selected. Okay. Wait. Okay. And we have to do the same thing here. We're gonna uncomment this function, the solve for row at function, and this is the one that's gonna populate, you know, the table view for us. And if I remember correctly, the identifier for our tab cell was, you know, tab, and we also cast it to the tab table view cell, and then we just do the same, you know, like we create this tab object that's gonna receive, you know, that's gonna get the selected tab object, and then for us to be able like to show or kind of like give a little bit of information to the user, whether whether if maybe like the tab is a new tab or it's the selected tab, you know. So we ought to do this, like we ought to check if the tab title is empty, and if it is, you know, if it is, we have to actually, we're gonna put like new tab, and we're gonna place the URL like empty also. And you're gonna probably wonder like, why are you placing like why are you checking if it's empty? Because later on, like when we actually implement the functionality to create new tabs, we're gonna create like empty tabs, you know, like tabs without with empty text, because in here in our model we have like empty strings. So when we create our like new tabs, they're gonna be empty. So so we will check in this part if it's empty, and if it is, it's gonna be a new tab, you know. If it's not, then, you know, then and just then we're gonna actually place the corresponding tab.title attributes, and afterwards we ought to show to the user which tab is selected at the moment. So we're actually gonna check if the index pad.row it is the selected tab, you know. That's why we need the selected tab, and if it is, I'm just gonna paint the border color of the cell. So I'm gonna put like a border width of 1 and a border color of UI color dot green dot CG color. So that's gonna paint the border of the selected tab, so the user can, you know, like know which tab is selected at the moment. And that's actually it for the cell for row at function. So we create our cell, we get our tab, we check if it's an empty tag. So if it is, it's a new tab, and if it's not, we just place the information like inside our cell, and then we paint the selected tab, and we return this this cell, you know. And that's it. We also need to place the other function to select our cells, and it's gonna be really simple in here. When a cell is selected by the user, we're gonna check if the index pad of the selected cell is or is not the selected tab, you know, like the currently selected tab. And if it is, you know, if it's not the selected tab, we're gonna change the selected tab, and we're gonna load the new like the selected tab's web view. If it's not, then we just pop the view controller, you know, like the table view controller. We have to place some delegate code, you know, in here, and we're gonna place it a little bit later because we have to do some work in the canvas for us to be able to place the code there. So so we're almost done with the tab table view controller and the bookmark table view controller. Now we have to like make some work in the canvas for us to be able to work with the tabs and the bookmarks. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to update the bookmark function in the canvas. So give me a moment. Let me actually get to the bookmark function. Okay, the navigation toolbar. Where was it, guys? Oh, here you go. So it's this one. Search bar bookmark button was clicked. So we have to change this one to actually save the bookmark star that we want to save, like that the user wants to save. So so yeah, let's start by actually the first thing that we have to do is if the bookmark button was clicked, it's logical to try to save the current active URL, right? Like the URL that's currently in place. But if there's no URL or anything, like, we shouldn't do anything. So the first thing that we ought to do is actually we're gonna check if there's an active URL in the current web view, and if there is, we're gonna do something about it. Just give me a second. Let me close the window because my dogs are barking. sorry for that, guys. Oh, so back to the code. Yeah. So we'll actually check with the current web view if there's an actual or like a current URL like in place. If there is, isn't, we're like just gonna kind of avoid saving anything or like simply do nothing. If there is a URL, then we have to instantiate our Realm database. So Realm, and I don't know if you remember, but our bookmark object, like the model, it has a primary key, and it's the URL, and so we have to actually, if there's already a bookmark with the same URL, we should update its information, and if there isn't, we just have to create the object. So, because that's the case, Realm has a specific way of doing this checkup with models that have a primary keys. Sorry. So we just have to create our new bookmark. Can you make the font size of your editor larger a bit? Make the font size. Okay. I actually think that Tonicode. I actually think that Xcode. I think it doesn't let you make the font larger. Let me check out if you can do it. If anyone knows how to actually do it, because I think you actually cannot. But if font size, oh yeah, you can actually do it. Crazy. Okay, I didn't remember that. Tonicode, is that enough, or do you want me to make it a little bit larger? Okay, so sorry for the inconvenience. Much better. Okay, that's nice. Okay, back to the code then. So we created our realm object. Well, we instantiated our realm object, and then we just have to create a new bookmark, and it's gonna be bookmark object, and we will create it using a dictionary. So literally like this, and we just put like this, comma, like this, and a comma, and here's gonna be the URL. That's the primary key, and the title, and we're like the information that we're gonna pass on. It's the URL that we got in here, and the current WebView dot title, and after we created this new bookmark, we just have to make our realm.write transaction block. And the way that Realm manages the creation of new objects with the primary key, you can actually just type realm.add, place your new object. Sorry, and then you just specify that you just say hey, it's true if the object already exists, if an object with the same URL already is in place, you just update its information, like the current like the title in this case, So that's what's gonna happen. Like if we try to create a bookmark that's already created, in place, this thing just updates its information. It doesn't create a new one, and if we don't have it, it's gonna create a new one. And the last thing to do is actually just load the bookmarks, and we have to call this load bookmarks function. That's if we create a new one, this function is gonna recreate or repopulate the bookmarks list or collection that we have in our code. So that's that for this search bar bookmark button click function. Remember, this is a UI search bar delegate function, so it's gonna get called upon every time we click our bookmark button. That's in the search bar. And I think we can test. We can do a basic testing now. Just want to do I just want to check something out. Give me a second. Okay. We have this. This is the function that I was talking about, and yeah, we have to just do a minor modification. So we create also our realm. We instantiate our realm object. We get the results of all the realm of all the bookmarks that are in the realm. And before placing them, like appending them in the bookmarks collection, we just we actually just erase everything from the bookmarks collection, and then we append like the new stuff within. So so I think we can test right now. We already have this load bookmarks function. We created this. Well, we modified this function for creating bookmarks, and in our bookmark table view controller, we have our collection. The function that takes care of populating the table view with every cell. And so I think we can try it on. Just let me change the simulator. As always, it takes its time. So give me a moment there until it actually compiles everything. You know, guys, I was thinking next tutorial that I make. Well, actually, tomorrow. I think if I can do it by tomorrow, I will, place. I think I don't know if it is OBS or directly with. I think it's OBS. Yeah, OBS. I think it has a plugin so you can play like background music in your stream. And I think I'll do that because like there are these kind of awkward times when the project is compiling and it takes a while, and it's a kind of an awkward silence. So I'll think I'll add some background music. I don't know what you think about it. Do you think it's a good idea, or do you prefer like just like silence and just like code? Please tell me what do you think in the chat. Like, you vote for music or just like silence? almost done. So yeah, so here we have the the console with the output of our project, and here we have the simulator. And we don't have any. Oh, come on. Yeah, that was my fault. Yeah, sorry for that. We have to change the prepare for Sega function and pass on the delegate object. So sorry for that. I forgot we had that in place. Let me load this again. Oh, and as you okay, yeah, you saw it. You saw how it worked. Last time this part was not printed out because in the app delegate code, like in that delegate file, we have this in place, so it checks if the default tab is already in the realm file, and if it isn't, it places it there, and if it is, it just prints out all the tabs, like the tab description for each and every tab. So right now we just have one tab, and it's the default one, the live edu one. So this is the code that we placed in last session, and as you can see, it worked as expected. And now we can actually I don't know. Apple.com. Okay, perfect. And so here's like the website that we are actually rendering. And if we click this button, we have created a bookmark. If I click this bookmark button, it'll crash, I think, because we haven't placed the prepare for Sega code. Oh, so it didn't? Okay, that's interesting. So as you can see, when we click the bookmarks button, we have this bookmark here created, and it has, like, in its description, the Apple title and the URL that we are actually saved, like using. And if we click it again, it's not gonna create like a new one. It just updates this already created bookmark. So yeah, it's done. If we, I don't know, if we change the, come on, if we change the website, if we go to another website, I don't know, YouTube. And we bookmark it, we have like now a different bookmark, like the home YouTube title that like the YouTube website has, and the m.youtube.com URL, that's actually the mobile YouTube URL. So as you can see, the bookmark code actually worked, and now we actually have to place some code to respond to, like, for us to be able to tap these cells and load the corresponding bookmark in our browser. So let's do that now. And yeah, let's go. And first of all, the first thing that we have to do is we have to, as you noticed, as you like, if you remember, we placed in the tab tables view controller, we placed this selected tab, and we have to have a mirroring attribute. You know, we have to have a mirroring attribute back in the canvas, so we can pass on the information of the selected tab back and forward. You know, back like forward to this table view controller and back to the canvas. So let's create our selected tab attribute, you know, and this attribute is gonna, you know, save the information of the selected tab. It's pretty obvious, pretty straightforward. We already did the did select row at function for the bookmark and the tab, so we were just missing some code. That's that. Now we should actually update the prepare for Sege function in our canvas. So let's go down towards it, you know, and give me a sec here. Just need to. Okay. And here we have our tab section and our bookmark section for the prepare for Sege. And we had this, we instantiated the table view controllers for both, and then passed on the tabs collection and the bookmarks collection. So next thing for the tabs is we have to actually, as you remember, we created this delegate object, so we have to update this with self. So we're actually telling this view controller that the delegate object is gonna be like this this class, the canvas view controller class. And last but not least, we update its selected tab attribute. You know, we pass on the information, and we do the same for our bookmark class. We place the delegate information in it, and so we have passed everything that we need, like that we ought to pass, or we need to pass to the corresponding view controller. In this case, the tabs view controller, and in this case, the bookmarks view controller. We passed down the collections, and we told them that we, as a canvas view controller, we are the delegate, so they should use us to do anything that they want upon user interaction. That's why we're doing it, actually, because Canvas is gonna be the one who kind of takes control or uses, like, Canvas is the responsible for making the modifications and changes to everything else in correspondence to the user interaction with the table view controllers. So that's why we're using this delegate pattern. I don't know if it was clear enough for you guys. If there's any doubt, just let me know. And so after we did that, and we're still missing some code in here. In here, we have to place some delegate code, and also in the bookmarks, but we're gonna place it in just a bit. Next thing we have to do after we added the selected tab variable in Canvas and updated the prepare for Sege function in Canvas, we ought to update the view.didLoad function in Canvas, because we're gonna have some rearrangements of like data flow, like kind of rearrangement of the logic that we used to. Since last time we were rendering websites, but like one at a time, with just one web view, and now we're trying to create this collection of web views, the tabs. So we had to change a little bit our code from the way it was from last session to this one. It's gonna change a little bit to accommodate this new way of managing the tabs. So since we're gonna change it, we have to actually change the way Canvas does like its initial setup. So we're gonna change our view.didLoad function, and the first thing that we have to do is we have to load the information of our bookmarks and our tabs. So when the Canvas view controller initiates, it's gonna get everything from the bookmarks and the tabs from these two functions. We still have to modify this one. It's not completed. It's not complete, but it's gonna get everything from these ones, and it's gonna populate our collections, this ones. And after that, we have to configure the search bar, so that's okay. We configure the WebView error first, and we're gonna use another function that we don't have yet. We have to create it. But this configure WebView actually it does everything, like this one. It makes, it sets up everything for our WebView. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this function as an object factory. It's gonna, instead of configuring the current WebView, what it will do is actually create a new WebView for each and every tab, and it's gonna return such WebView with every configuration, like with the WebView configuration, with its frame, and with the navigation delegate set as self. And we're gonna assign each and every WebView to this collection. So we have to erase this configure WebView here, because it's not gonna help us there. And we will create another function that's called load WebView, and it's still not created. We have to do it, but we will do it soon enough. So give me a second, and we'll get that started. So after we modified the logic, like the flow of the view.didLoad, we actually have to update the load tabs in Canvas. So yeah, that's what I was talking about. We have to actually modify this one, because it's the first one that, the second one that gets called, and it's not like fully correct right now. So let's modify it. But I think configure it WebView. Yeah, before making this modification, I'm gonna go ahead and modify this one, because these load tabs is gonna make use of this one. So we should first modify this one. So let's go. And the only real modifications, as I already said, we're gonna use this function as WK WebView factory. So that's gonna be it, WK WebView. And instead of creating a new, instead of updating the current WebView object, we're gonna create a new one, and it's gonna be named, simple WebView, and we just replace this, and we actually take this out. We're not gonna add right now the WebView to our canvas because now we're managing like other tabs, not just one. So we had to kind of manage the addition and removal of each WebView to the canvas. So we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna place the return WebView. So we create a web configuration. We create the same frame as we had back with the canvas view. Then we create a WebView object, a new one. We set its navigation delegate to self, and we return this this WebView. And so we're done with the config of this one, and we had to just modify this load tabs. So the only real difference is I'm gonna take this out, and since this load tabs function is just gonna get called once, not unlike this load bookmarks. These load tabs, it's like just the first time that's gonna be called in here, and that's it. So we don't have to put place I remove all process. We just get the realm, get the results, and iterate through the results. And while we do that, and while we append each result to the tabs collection, we're gonna do the same with the WebViews dot append. Sorry, it's not that one. This one, and we're gonna call our configure WebView function. So as you can see, we are using this configure WebView, this one here, to actually create new WebViews for each tab that's in the realm. So every time we open up the app, like from zero, from scratch, kind of, if it's not already in memory, it's gonna load every tab, and while it does, it's gonna create a new WebView for each one, and append each result into the tabs collection. I hope it's clear enough, like what we're attempting to do. And last but not least, when this function executes, since it's like the first time, it's gonna execute like just like at app startup and just once. Sorry, we're gonna place the selected tab as the default tab, and that's the tab number 0, like the first tab. And we are sure that we're always gonna have like one tab, like one specific tab, because of the code that we placed in the app delegate last time. We just updated this load tabs function with like appending our new, each and every WebView for each tab in results. So that's that. The next thing that we have to do is actually we have to create this load WebView function to actually decide. This load WebView function is going to be like a utility function that's going to help us precisely load the corresponding or the desired tab, and hence WebView that that we need to load and to render. So let's go, and I'm gonna create it below this load tabs, because it's kind of a configuration function also. So func load WebView, no parameters, and the first thing that we have to do when we load a new or the first WebView is we have to actually take out the possibly already added current WebView. So that's why we're using an optional, and we're gonna remove from SuperView the potentially added current WebView, and then after we have we removed it, we will get the new one, like the desired one, from the collection of WebViews. So selected tab, and this way we get the desired WebView referenced through this index that's called selected tab, and we add it to our canvas view with the add subview current WebView. And after we added this like our desired WebView, we will check, we will verify if the just like recently added WebView has a current URL, and if it has a, like, we will check if it has a desired we will check if it has a current URL, or if it has if the tab object is empty or not, and we will perform some actions in correspondence. So what we have to check is if the current WebView has a URL. Well, if it doesn't have a URL and the selected tab URL is not empty, if that's the case, we will load the website, and we will pass on again the selected tab dot URL, and we will tell that it's a true, it's a domain, it's a website, it's a domain name. If that proves to be false, then we just if that's false, it means that, like, if this if statement is false, it means that our URL, our WebView is either already loaded, like it already has rendered, or it doesn't even have, it's the tab information is empty, so it shouldn't try to load anything, because it's not gonna be able to load anything, So if that's the case, we just update the search bar text with the current WebView.url, and we have to place an optional because it might be empty, like nil, and we place the absolute string. And last but not least, we update the navigation toolbar buttons. So that's it for our load WebView function. we are still missing something here, but we will add it a little bit later, because we have to modify the load website function, and it will get another argument. Like, we will have to pass another argument, a boolean, but we haven't modified the load website function, so we can put sorry, I think it was this way, warning. I guess I don't remember the format, but let's just say to do add boolean argument, and so we can check it out later. And it's okay. And so the next thing that we have to do after we have modified, created the load WebView function, is we have to create a add tab function. Like, we have to create the two functions, one in the canvas view controller and one in the tabs table view controller, for us to be able to create new tabs, So we're gonna go ahead and do that right now, and that's gonna be, we have to modify or link from our main.storyboard file. You remember this button? We will use it. Sorry. And I'm gonna place it. Come on. I'm gonna place it in tabs table view controller. And I'm gonna place it in here. So control drag. Here we go. We select action, and I'm gonna put this just because I like to do that, but we're not gonna use it actually, and we're gonna name it add tab. So it'll create this new function, and we will use it to add our desired tab. So I'm going to take this out, and I'm going to go back to my tabs table view controller, and here's the new function. And what we have to do, first of all, since we're creating a new tab, we have to create it in the database. So I'm gonna instantiate a new realm object, and then create a new tab, and this tab is gonna be empty. So I'm just gonna do this, no information whatsoever. And since we have in place this this if statement with this new tab settings, so we're gonna create this empty tab, and it'll appear in our table view as a new tab. So you'll see in a bit. And now we just permeate this new tab in a transaction block. So realm.add new tab. Sorry. And after we've done this, we have to place some code that's actually very stupid, but because you won't the user won't see anything, but it's just to make it correctly. I'm gonna add the new tab into our collection of tabs, and I'm gonna set the selected tab to the tabs dot count -1, and I'm gonna reload the data. You actually don't have to do this because you won't see anything. We're gonna pop it up, but just for clarity. And then we're gonna use our delegate object, and we're gonna call a add tab function, passing the new tab as an argument. And last thing, we have to pop our view controller, and that's that. That's just it. Surely it's saying that there's no a member, like an add tab member, because we haven't created it. So we have to go and actually create it, and it's down. Okay, so I'm gonna go and I'm gonna add it here. Just give me a sec. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna add this new add tab function here, and okay. So now we are sure, because the tabs table view controller took care of it. We're sure the new tab is actually in the database. So we now just have to update our collection, our tab collection, and our WebView collection, and that's kind of load or place the WebView, like the new tabs WebView, in our canvas. So we just append the tab to our tab collection. We set the selected tab as the last one, like the new one. We create a new WebView. We remove the current one. Wait a second. Not depend. This part can actually be overwritten by the function that we created up here, the load WebView, I think. Yeah, it surely can. Update. Okay. So we're gonna append the new tab, select, update the selected tab index, append a new WebView. I'm just gonna check something out first. Give me a second. Yeah. Remove WebView, add, and interesting. Okay. I think it'll work. So yeah, we append the new one, and then let's call our load WebView, and it'll take care, like after we appended the new tab to the list, selected the new tab, and appended the new a new WebView, we will load this. We will use this function, and it'll go. And since we updated the selected tab, it'll remove from the super view the current one. It'll take out the new one, the new web view that we just created, and it'll add it to the canvas, and then it'll check if it should load the website, or just update the search bar text. And in this case, I think, in this case, it will just update the search bar text and then update the navigation toolbar buttons. So that's fine. That's what we should do. Okay. And so we're done with this add tab function, and this shouldn't present any error right now because we already have the reference. So there we go. So that's done, and now we need to modify. We need to modify the our load website function to add the desired, like the things that I told you about. The only new, well, it will have two new updates from the last time. It will have a new parameter, and the new parameter will be a boolean. So is URL pre-processed, and this new boolean is just for us to know, for example, if we're loading something from the search bar, it should be processed. It should be it should pass through these checkups and be encoded by the % encoding function. But if it's already processed, for example, if it comes from a bookmark, it shouldn't be processed again because it was already encoded and it was already like format. So like processed. So this is gonna tell us like, hey, should the function, should the function work with it, or should the function just jump directly to the requesting segment? And the only difference is we have to take this entire bunch of code and we'll place it within an if statement. So I'm gonna cut it, and I'm gonna place like if is URL pre-processed, and if it isn't, if it's not pre-processed, then it'll do all the the processing of it. If it's already processed, it'll jump right to the requesting portion of the code. And so this stays the same. We create our URL, we create our request, we load in the current web view the request, we hide the error, we update the search bar text, and after it we have to put some new code. So each and every time we we load some website, we have to update the tabs information, you know, both in the database and in the what's the name, in our collection of tabs, so the user can see the, you know, the updated information of the tab, and also for us to be able to keep track of the changes. So the next part is actually we get the current tab from our collection, you know, we get the current tab, and afterwards we just update its information. And in this case, we're just gonna update the tab initial URL. And why is that? Because we're gonna use the encoded URL lowercase to actually, like, this encoded URL is the request URL, so that's our initial URL, and we will update another delegate function to update our URL and the title of the tab. So here we're just updating the initial URL with the desired URL that's already encoded or pre-processed with the because maybe it's a bookmark or something, but that's it for like this part. We just check if it's a pre-processed URL, and we update the tab's information, and that's it. Now we have to go to this finished function, and what we have to do is give me a second here. What we have to do is actually update the other two attributes of our tab. So same story, we get the current tab, and then we instantiate a realm object, and we defined our transaction block, and we set the title to the current WebView .title and our URL to the current WebView .url .absolute string. So we place this code here because, you know, this finished this did finish with navigation function. It's a delegate function, and it gets called each and every time we, like, our WebView finished loading. So we will get the title of the website that we loaded and the URL of the website that we just loaded. And in here, sorry, not in here. In here, we just updated the initial URL because it's the one that was requested by either the bookmark or the search bar, you know. Or yeah, that's basically it. Okay, so we finished the updated load website function and did finish navigation. And now we will pass on this updated version of here. We set it to true in the load WebView. That was our to-do statement. It should be true. because it has been pre-processed. And I think we're missing something else before we can test it out. Give me a second here. We finished with the load bookmarks section, with the load tabs section, the load WebView, the load website, the did finish navigation part. We also finished. Give me a second. Oh yeah, I remember now. We have to update these ones also. In this case, both are false because since like this input comes from the search bar, it should be processed. So we're gonna pass a false boolean because it should be processed. So that's that. This we don't need to touch right now. And I think we're just missing some code in the bookmarks table view controller and the tabs table view controller for it to be able to work properly. Yeah, because we already modified our prepare for sege, passing on the delegate and the selected tab in both cases. So yeah, we will first go for our bookmark table view controller, and here we're over. That's not a problem. The one that we have to do something is here. They execute something here part. It's a bit silly, but we have to do it. And what we have to do is actually we have to pass on. Well, we have to actually load the the bookmark with our utility functions. So so we have to do this. We delete this part of this comment, and we have a reference to the delegate, so we will use it here. Delegate dot load website, and our input is the selected bookmarks URL. So in this case, we go to our bookmarks collection, and we use the indexPad.row property, and then we select the URL, and we pass on a true and a true. So it is a domain name, and it has been pre-processed because it's already a bookmark. And here we can access the URL. So this way we can actually load. We tell the delegate like, hey, load this website that's contained like the reference is this URL, and then pop this view controller so we can actually view the newly rendered website. And that's that for the bookmark view controller. And we're missing, I think we're missing some code in our tabs table view controller. Yep, in this part. So what we have to do there is if the selected row is it's not our selected tab. So we have to change the, the web view and everything. So we will, what we will do is we will update the selected tab from the delegate with index.pad row, and we will tell the delegate to load the web view. So we check if it's if the selected tab, like if the selected cell is the same one as the one that's already selected, and if it is, we just pop it because it's the same one. If it's not, we change the delegate's selected tab attribute to the one that was selected, and then we load the new selected tab back in the canvas, and then we pop the view controller. And actually that should be it. That should be the whole thing. I think. Let's try it out. Almost. I think I'm gonna go with the music implementation for the next session and the next tutorials, because it's takes a while to compile the whole project. So I think it's a good idea, to maybe put some like some standard elevator music, like the kind of I'm waiting for something music, this kind of happy melody, chillax music for waiting purposes. I think that's a good idea. But anyway, it's almost done. Let's see our result. And as you can see, it actually loaded our default tab, because we set it up like that. It took our like the default tab because we told it to take it. We in the canvas view controller here, when we told it to load the tabs, we set the selected tab as 0, and then we told it to load the web view, and it took the only tab that we have. That's the first one. It added it, and then it checked if the URL was empty, and it was, because it was the first time that it was loaded, and so it was empty, but the tab wasn't empty. It had the live edu.tv URL, so it went and actually loaded the tab for us. So that's the first part. So we got like our default tab here. I'm having some troubles. Okay, there we go. Because I'm using like my. Okay, that's it. Yeah, and we have our bookmarks. Last time we created 2 bookmarks, so here they are still, with the title and the URL. We're supposed to see, if we click one, we're supposed to load this one. So let's try it out. There we go. As you can see, we clicked the YouTube bookmark, or the Apple bookmark, and we have the website. We have the rendered website with everything, and then we can go back if we want, as desired, and forward if we also want. And we have our only tab, and as you can see, it's selected because we have the green frame, and the only tab that we have right now is the Apple tab. So we should try to add a new tab, and as we coded it, it's a new tab, so we don't have any navigation. The search bar is empty because it doesn't have anything. And if we enter this, we have the new tab kind of the new tab label, because it's an empty tab. It's barely like new. We can go back. We can go back and let's try to load YouTube in this new tab. Here we go. I'm gonna take this down, and there we go. We have our multiple tabs here. We now have selected this one, but we can change. We have this multiple tab capability. We can add more tabs if we want. Okay, we got some issues here, but here we go. And I don't know. Snapchat. And we can bookmark it, we have Snapchat, we have Apple, we have different ones. and we can change, you know, everything. So I think that's it. You know, we have enabled tab functionality, and we have enabled bookmark functionality, and we can load different bookmarks. You know, it won't create a new one. We can load different bookmarks. We can have different tabs, as many as we want. Obviously, as everything, you know, it's not infinite. So Realm has a certain capability, obviously, and if we create like an infinite number of tabs, it will collapse the phone because everything is in memory. And so, you know, like it obviously has its limits, but the point of this tutorial was never to, you know, duplicate or, you know, mimic some big ass super professional, you know, browser like Chrome or something, or Safari. You know, it was just, you know, to kind of lay down the foundations of a simplistic minimalistic browser. And so we have done it. You know, tab functionality, bookmark functionality, and navigational functionality, and that's it. You know, that's all we need. At the beginning of the stream, I told you guys that I think it's a good idea to actually delete, like be able to delete bookmarks and delete tabs. So I still think that is a good idea. I will do a very brief, very short stream tomorrow to implement those deletion capabilities. So if you wanna also watch that, you're more than welcome. Let me. Oh, and I want to show you something else first. I think that's pretty cool. So we have, remember this, we have 4 tabs: Apple, YouTube, Apple, and 3 bookmarks. We changed this one. It was the default. We changed it. So now I'm gonna shut down the simulator, and I'm gonna, I think I can do it directly from here. I'm gonna bring it back. So give me a second. I think we have nothing. Okay. So I'm gonna bring it back, and as you can see, it will load again Apple from scratch. We have the bookmarks, you know, and we have the tabs, but it will lazily load each and every tab upon access. It won't load every single tab upon app execution, you know. So if you want to access I don't know, YouTube, it'll go and load YouTube, but it wasn't loaded before. It just loaded like when you requested it. Here also, and here also, you know. And like, since it's now fully rendered, each and every one, we can actually, you know, access each and every one, and they will be already loaded. But I think that's cool because some of you guys, actually one specific user, it was Anita, asked me about performance, and I think this is a very good, you know, thing to do, like do like lazy website loading, because if you try to load everything like at the very same time, it'll probably get ugly. So that's a pretty neat perk. And that's it. That's it. So give me a second. Okay, guys, it's been a hell of a time with I've had a hell of a time with you. As you all know, this is my first tutorial, like a formal tutorial. So again, I hope you really liked it. I invested quite a bit of time to develop like a nice enough tutorial for you guys. If you have any comment whatsoever, any recommendation, I urge you to tell me, and I will try to improve my flow. Like I will improve my process and my work, so I can deliver like better tutorials for you guys. Also, I don't want to sound greedy or anything. That's not the point. But if you feel like donating to my channel, you're more than welcome. I will really appreciate it. If you do, I will use these like small donations to make like better content for you guys. I haven't received anything, so that's fine. I love doing these tutorials. Just for you to know. I thank you for your time, and I hope you had a great time. I hope it was useful for you, and see you hopefully tomorrow with the deletion of bookmarks and tabs part. So farewell, see you tomorrow, and remember everything that I told you. Have a nice one, and goodbye, guys.